And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine,
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, in some cases, people really were
This is too much sometimes.
From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting you. Sorry, stumbling over my words today. Broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? I am so glad that you are here. However, we do have some bad news right off the bat. Our guest will not be joining us. Jamie Hanshaw, she rescheduled, first of all, so she did not stand us up, which is very much appreciated. She merely rescheduled because, as many of you may know, she is kind of affiliated with InfoWars, and they were doing a live show and coming back from wherever they're doing that at, and ended up staying longer. And she would have had to do this show from some corner somewhere, some quiet corner in the InfoWars studio, and that would be difficult for her. And we like Jamie, and we don't want to put her in a bad position. We want coming on the show to be a good experience, so we don't want her to have to rush around or get cut short or just feel pressured to come on here because she committed but isn't really able to isn't really able to do the show that she would want to do with us. And another thing was she would not have been able to come on camera, and we really want to have her here on camera. So rescheduling is no problem. There is plenty to talk about, plenty of news stories. The presidential debate just happened last night, so there's plenty to talk about. And not only that, but we will be back here live next week with actually, let me rephrase that. Next week we're going to be going on Saturday instead of Friday. It's going to be a 1 p.m. show, and guess who's coming back? Can you guess? Do some mentalist stuff. Can you guess? Anybody in the chat? Anybody? No? Okay. It's none other than the Headless Giant. So next week, I mean, I'm sure you remember that great show that we were pumping out got kind of cut short because Headless Giant had a plane to catch and he was not able to really dig into the Rome stuff like we wanted to. But touch bases with him, got him rescheduled. He's excited to come back on. I'm excited to have him back on. Hell yeah, Headless. The Headless one. So I'm fucking pumped for this. And we'll get back into it. And I guess, Stig Fox from the Greyhorns Pagan podcast, he kind of made a little joke on Twitter/X. He was saying like Headless was doing his show, and he got kind of cut short because he had to come on this show. Then he got kind of cut short on this show. So we're all craving some more from the Headless one. The other big news, I guess you could say, is I've been doing a lot of shows lately. I regularly go on the Michael Deacon program. I appear on, the Threshold Saints podcast. Did that one recently. Did the BG cast. I go on Subconscious Realms, Occult Rejects. Like I go on all these different shows. And No Apologies with Raven Kiefer. All these different shows, and I'll go on there for hours. I'll do this show for hours, like 4-5 hours a night. Sometimes I'll do 2 shows like that. I'll do this show for like 5 hours, and then I'll go on Clint's show, Illuminati News, and I'll go on there for a few hours, 3-4 hours. And unfortunately, my computer chair is just completely crapping out. It's like just slumping over to the side. So I'm literally sitting at a 45-degree angle, and my ass is just fucking hanging there. My right butt cheek is just kind of hanging. It's very uncomfortable, and it just happened last week, and I have not had the time to go get a new chair yet. So I'm kind of stuck with this I'm stuck with a crooked butt today, and it's painful, but I will get through. I don't know really what to do about it besides maybe just go grab a regular chair from the kitchen table. I really want one of those nice gaming chairs with lots of cushy padding and an actual straight back that won't make me look like a caveman. Yeah, and this was a nice chair too. It's like $500 new, but I've had it for over a decade, and it finally just gave up the ghost. And I can't just sit here and fluctuate like I'd like to. My stomach's at a weird angle, so I can't squeeze them out like I like to. Jay Vega, weren't you just on Deacon's program? I indeed was. I had to hop off because I had to begin to prepare for this show. I think we went about 2.5 hours. Cyber chairs for lazy boys. Go away, I'm baiting. Blow that fart whistle. Blow that fart cannon. You ever you're with your friends and some girl walks by and she's got a nice rear end, and your friend is like, yeah, nice fart cannon on her. It's such a disgusting way to refer to somebody's rear end. But let's go ahead and get started. First thing I want to do is Brandy Renee. I'm sure that many of you guys remember last week she was talking about her UFO video, and I want to go ahead and play that. She's giving us exclusive rights to air this video. It's really weird. It's like this broken glass that's just kind of flying around. It almost looks like it could be nanotechnology or something like that. But I'll go ahead and bring this up. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this right. I was playing with it earlier. No. Okay, let's see here. Sorry for the huge delay there, but I think I got it figured out. I'll play it a couple times. You can see it's kind of swirling around. Let's play that again. No, those are not birds. I would think it was fish before I would think it was birds. All right. Very cool. Haven't seen anything like that in a while. Raven asks, what am I looking at? That is the Brandy Renee UFO video. She was kind enough to send that over to me after we did the show. So I asked her if I could play it. She said yes. And, you know, how am I going to say no to exclusive UFO video footage? J Vega says, ask Jamie about Freeman. I certainly will. I can add that to my notes. Is there a particular reason why I should ask her about Freeman? Or do they have beef or something like that? Is there a story there? Or do you just want to know what everybody thinks about Freeman Fly? I love the guy. He hasn't come on the show yet. He did agree to it before, but then never got back to me. And I recently sent him a message that, hey, Freeman, it's, you know, that time of the year where I invite you to come on End of Days Radio. I know you're going to say no or you're not going to answer, but I'm going to invite you anyway because I'm a stalker. But at least I stalk cool people. No, I'm just joking. I'd love for him to come on. She used to date Freeman. What is she like? Into dudes that are like conspiracy hosts? Is she like attracted to guys that wear foil hats? That's awesome. I've known some ladies like that, and God bless them, because if it wasn't for them, we'd probably all have to date real dolls. I think Space Force is going to try and convince us that they are aliens. Sure, there's obviously been something weird going on for a while. You have all this NASA Freemasonic stuff going on, and as well as the MyLabs and the UFOs that look like they're made by us, the FAA lights. Definitely something going on. But let's get into the news a little bit. Let's see, where should we start? Let's just go ahead and talk about the elephant in the room right away. And by that, I mean the debates. I'm sure all of you guys saw the debates. And just a quick couple of comments from me, and then I'll go ahead and bring you guys on, see what you thought of it. And give me your thoughts and opinions on the debate, how you feel about things, who you thought won. I guess I'll go ahead and right off the bat say that I felt that Trump won by a landslide. It really wasn't even close. He just kept pounding Joe Biden with the border issue, kept bringing it up over and over again. There wasn't a great response to that. There was just a lot of hemming and hawing and, you know, switching the subjects up. But he was just, it was elder abuse. They're saying it was elder abuse. It was abuse of a senior citizen by maybe another senior citizen. Just that border thing, it's undeniable, especially with that girl, you know, that got raped for 2 hours by the illegal guys. After something like that happens, and then, you know, the weak kind of response that we finally saw from Biden that Trump pointed out, the stuff about Hunter, Joe was just did not seem very prepared. He did so much better last time. I do think that one point that Biden did kind of win was when he pointed out that Trump has been very tax lenient for the top percentage. I thought he had him there, definitely. You know, trying to be unbiased here. I thought that he had him there, really, because we know that Trump was doing just that. He was providing tax breaks for the people that don't really need it, because he was doing the whole, I think Hillary called it trickle-down economics thing, you know, where you pump up the corporations and the super rich, and that's somehow supposed to help out all the people underneath. And that's just not what we really need right now. We need tax cuts for the of the lower classes, the people that really need help. Not to say we should just start giving money to people, but come on, like, don't bail out banks and stuff like that. Fuck them. This is survival of the fittest. If you believe in capitalism, then you believe in survival of the fittest, and that means no handouts to big banks and stuff like that. And then before I bring somebody on here, other point I wanted to make was I thought it was really interesting that Trump was calling out January 6th as a psyop, meaning when it was brought up, he mentioned that the people were let in there by the police or the FBI. I forget his exact words, but he mentioned that they were let in. He's pointing out the theater, the psyop, the suspicious behavior by law enforcement, right? Because he's aware of this stuff. He knows it's going on. He's calling it out. He's not calling all of it out, but he's at least showing that awareness that we have not seen from any president, any politician that I can think of ever. Maybe Bernie Sanders a little bit. Let's see, what's this? From Clint. They bragged about making millions of jobs. They admit it's a communist government. Nowhere in the Constitution is there a delegation of authority for them to make jobs. Communist Manifesto. Government controls the means of production. Yeah, sure. That's all very true. I think that it is good to bust up monopolies, because if we did not do that, then a corporation might become the government, if that kind of makes sense. And also, Trump did bring up the stolen election or rigged election or accusations of a rigged election. Again, kind of pointing out the conspiracy, or at least pointing out a conspiracy from the Democratic Party or whoever is involved in any of that. But I guess I kind of appreciated that awareness, kind of breaking the fourth wall, so to speak, and actually calling out the theater going on and the fact that we're in the middle of a big psyop. I thought that was interesting that Trump would go on national television. Actually, it's probably the whole world that's watching, an ex-president and a standing president, and he's up there, saying January 6th was a psyop. That's pretty major. But are people actually going to listen? Are they going to take that for what it really is? Probably not. They're going to make excuses, etc. But let's see. Clint seems to have a lot to say. What's up?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, so everything they talked about was unconstitutional besides the tariffs and the they always make me full screen. It gets me nervous. The tariffs the
remember what I said last time? Make love to the camera. Make love to the camera.
The tariffs and the border security. That's the only two things that are constitutional. Everything else is totally unconstitutional. When they say they made jobs for this, millions of people, that's the government controlling the means of production. It's also violating the sovereignty of the states, violating the 10th Amendment of the violating the 10 square mile clause. They're grossly operating under the color of law, which is the color of law means illegal. It's illegal. There is no in law. Whenever a politician does something, there has to be something called a delegation of authority. They have to be able to quote the law that gives them the power to do any action, and that they're not operating within the law. They're operating outside of the law. They make up laws and they just do whatever they want because we live in absolute fascism, and fucking they're sitting there with this war machine and all this fucking bullshit, and they're sitting there fucking just running this giant thing, and the whole world cares about the American elections because fucking the world government is partially ran by America.
Trump said that we are on the verge of World War III. I forgot to mention that.
Oh yeah, well, I believe that they are. If there isn't just one power in control fighting itself as a method for furthering its land, then what I believe that's what the scenario is. It's because Russia's part of the UN and so is the US, and it's like, well, if we're both part of the UN and we're under all these agreements, and Russia is under agreements to disarm us and fly over a country and fly over our bases, this whole there's a huge mist of lies going on where Russia has a sovereignty in our nation with certain laws and stuff, and they are they're operating with the American Board of Education. There's people that are KGB that were in there in the 90s. There's military control, Russian weapons and machinery all over the whole country. Linda, yeah, I think it's Linda Thompson. She documents in America Under Siege how the military had on all the backs of the signs these stickers, and that there were secret routes to secret military bases. And when they followed the routes, there was fully equipped Russian shit. This is back in 92 too. So all their equipment, everything, this whole FEMA conspiracy, it's all real. And like,
I thought it was kind of weird that, when they were talking about Ukraine, there didn't seem to be a real lot of talk about what actually either guy wants to happen or anything like that. Biden claimed to just be backing NATO and one for all and all for one, and Trump didn't really say what he would like to happen. He just felt that it was kind of approached in the wrong way, and basically said he didn't say that we shouldn't be helping them, but he basically said we should be charging them to do it. Like,
yeah,
pay us, motherfuckers.
Well, I would assume that they're both communists, and the whole it's like Jared Maxwell says, the leaders are not elected, they're selected. And that we have this pretend choice between these two different supposed parties when there's not a nickel's worth of difference between the two parties. They're both maniacal and fucking operating under the color of law and doing everything they can do to further the communist agenda of world government and the Illuminati.
Raven says that because they think Russia will try to take Poland if we don't stop them. I believe that was said, like, oh, they're gonna go into Belarus, they're gonna go here, they're gonna go there. I forget all the countries that they would be able to annex that were part of the former Soviet Union. But up here in the Seattle area, they're having a huge Belarus get together a couple years ago in one of the major parks, and it was all about that. It was all about stopping that Russian expansion and the reclamation of these territories of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I guarantee it's to put every country. The goal of the wars is simply to put every country under International Monetary Fund rule, so that the country's monetary system is operating through the UN, IMF, and that it's all about destroying every nation's sovereignty, and that because our sovereignty was destroyed long ago, and that the new world order is its goal is simply to make everyone under a taxable condition and for everyone to be a corporation. So then they can, because in America since we're all corporations have no rights, and that's how they can get away with all this stuff, because we are franchisees of a corporation that's international and operating under Admiralty law. And that they all think it's a joke or something, but all the people think it's fucking total BS. But like, Howard Freeman brings it to the table where he talks about how even just a traffic ticket is an international contract and controversy, and that we are corporations, and those contracts or the corporations are subject to what's called bills of attainder, or like traffic tickets and so on, and or fines, and like the Constitution forbids bills of attainder, and that it's just crazy because they are literally sucking us dry with money to fund their wars. That's all it's about. And like we are slaves to the war machine, and it's all totally unconstitutional. And they didn't mention the Constitution once in that whole debate, besides the Roe versus Wade. And then even that, everybody who talks about Roe versus Wade doesn't get that it's not necessarily a case about abortion. It's a case about how the government can't even know if a chick is pregnant because it's none of their business. And like,
I felt like that was the only other part, along with the stuff about taxation, that Biden may have won, and just going against abortion this day and age seems a little bit ridiculous. Like, not sure exactly how I feel about it, but what do you think? What do you think, Jonah? What did you think of the debate? Did you watch it? Any thoughts? Did you want to comment on that at all?
Your mic's muted, Jonah.
Oops. It's kind of funny because even when beforehand, I was saying to people, you have two corporations, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. They're corporations. They're incorporated. So they have two corporations who have yet to select their official candidate, but they're allegedly having a presidential debate, but neither one of them is actually an official candidate. So something was up right away. But, that's all I have to say on that. Since everyone's talking about Gavin Newsom, if you want to have some fun, I want to show you how I can pretty much say that I believe he is the bastard child of an Operation Paperclip Nazi.
Really?
Yeah,
what have you found out?
If you bring up Wikipedia, Gavin Newsom, I'm going to walk you through the steps so everyone can see how it's done.
Okay, I like that.
Oh yeah.
All right, I pulled up Wikipedia, Gavin Newsom.
Now click on his father, William Newsom. And to make it quick.
Okay, I'm clicking on that. I'm at William Newsom now on my phone.
Okay, and to make it quick, if you want to bring up your search on the page and find the word OTTO, Otto von Bolschwing. So Otto von Bolschwing, you'll see there's a whole thing about how Gavin's father was working with him consistently, this, that, and the other thing, over oil, etc. But click on the picture click on the link to get Otto von Bolschwing and take a look at his picture.
Okay, I do not. I'm behind because I don't even know how to search on my phone. So.
Oh, I got it.
Under career,
he looks like a Nazi.
He's a dead ringer for Otto von Bolschwing. Yeah, if you scroll down under career, you should see something about Otto von Bolschwing, and he'll be highlighted as a hyperlink.
Oh yeah, he did work at the intelligence agency. It says.
Yeah.
Nazi affiliations, war crimes.
Yeah. If you take a click on his link, and you'll see that he is identical to Gavin Newsom, just like Justine Castro is identical to Fidel Castro.
Oh, interesting.
All right.
Yeah,
I was not able to follow along, but I'll have to take your word for it and maybe try.
Wow.
You see it?
I can send you the link right now. And
I got the picture. He's definitely looks just like him.
Oh shit! Yeah, that does look like him.
That's crazy.
I did it earlier today, so what I'll do so you can pull it up, and I'm gonna send it to you DM.
He's still alive. Oh no, he died in 82. Okay. Yeah, those fucking Nazis are garbage. Yeah. It's just crazy how this whole
hardest thing. But again, I'm getting recording, so I might cut in and out because it seems to rain every time we want to record your show.
Weather manipulation.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So it's crazy. That's just one thing. So again, too, that's just one fun thing that I found about Gavin Newsom. Again, too, let's go ahead. How about Gavin Newsom is married to? This is one that they're all saying is going to be subbed in for Joe Biden. He was once married to Donald Trump Jr.'s wife.
What?
Right? Kimberly Guilfoyle was his wife.
What?
That's right on media too. Gavin Newsom is related to Nancy Pelosi through marriage as well. So. What the fuck?
Jesus.
He's related to Grossy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Well,
that's on his Wikipedia too. I think she married his father's sister or something like that. So like his alleged father, not the real father, not the Nazi, but the alleged one, the named father on the certificate.
What kind of inspired you to look into this? Like, were you given some kind of clue or something to get you started? Like, how did you find this?
because it's easy if you actually do quick like you just I don't know. That's how I research everything, and there's get into things. I was like, oh, this sounds interesting, or oh, who's this person, and then I like to go for citations because that's where the real information is headed.
Yeah, outstanding research, Jonah. Absolutely love that. And we'll get back to you guys in a moment. I just want to continue along the discussion of the debate. Let's talk to Todd. I haven't talked to him in a little while.
What's going on, Daniel?
Hey, Todd. What's up? How you doing?
I'm been good. How you doing?
Doing all right. Doing fantastic.
I'm sweating bullets down here where I'm at in Arizona. It's 112 degrees right now. But yeah, I'm in the AC at the moment. I'm in the AC at the moment.
Oh, good.
But as soon as you walk out of your house, you're in hell. So
yeah, you don't want to get heat stroke. It sets in very fast.
How do I sound, Daniel? How's my sound coming in?
Okay. I'm doing a few adjustments. Just want to help you sound as good as you can.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Now I'm going to click a button. Testing. 1, 2.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound fine. It's not
I hear
perfect,
you.
but it will work.
It's not perfect. How is it now?
It's okay.
How about now?
I can understand you.
How about now?
Good.
Can you hear me?
It's fine. Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Last couple shows, I was on Clint's show last time, and it was cracking and popping and snapping, and I'm like, I listened back later, I'm like, fuck, you couldn't even hear me.
It might be a good idea if somehow we're able to get you a different microphone, like something that's Bluetooth that can tap into your phone or connect to your phone. But something that, I'm not sure what's out there. If anybody has any suggestions for an affordable product that Todd could use with his phone to sound a little bit better, we're certainly open to your suggestions.
Bluetooth, yeah, somebody's got some suggestion. I just bought these fucking Bluetooth headphones for this show, so I was hoping I would sound better or clearer.
Can you turn the input down a little bit? That might help.
The input down?
Or the volume, or is there any controls that you're able to...
Does that sound any better?
Sounds about the same.
About the same. Do I sound too loud?
You sound fine.
Okay, well, just trying to get some decent sound. Right on. So yeah, it's good to talk to you, Daniel. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing good. I definitely Did you watch the debate last night?
I watched the debate. I was going to ask you how you were doing as the world comes to an end here on the End of Days Radio. I was going to, ask how you were doing in the end of the world here.
Well, I am embracing the times. I am fully tuned in. I'm reading my Bible. I'm reading the Book of Revelations as well as Isaiah.
There you go.
I'm taking in insights from the words of the Lord, and I am preparing.
That's one way to do it. Or you could put on that U2 song, End of the World. You could put that song on, right before your show, if you want to get into the end of the world mood.
I like that song, The Eastern World, it is exploding. Do-do-do-do.
It's kind of creepy.
Destruction.
That U2 song's kind of creepy, Daniel, if you've ever heard it.
I'm not sure if I have. I've heard a lot of YouTube, but I don't know about that one.
It's got a killer guitar. U2 was breaking out of their fucking downward spiral. They finally come back out with that record, and it had like two killer tunes on it. Killer guitar, killer vocals, killer writing. But the lyrics on that fucking End of the World song are creepy because the guy Bono sings, of course, and the lyrics are, I took the money, I spiked your drink. You miss too much these days if you stop to think. And they wrote that song before you know,
Before what?
drink spiker, and Hollywood was now, being exposed as this big giant pedo spy operation for all these criminals.
Yeah, in fact, there was another, getting off of the debate for a moment, there was another news story. It's actually from last month, but it was Bill Maher, and he got in a little hot water because he had mentioned, let's see, did he do this on his show? On Friday's episode of Real Time with Bill Maher, Maher reacted to the recently released documentary Quiet on the Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV, which exposed the sexual abuse and hostile work environment that child actors faced at the hands of adults at Nickelodeon. So this kind of came out recently. This story is actually from the end of April 22nd. And I guess I haven't watched this documentary, but it kind of goes into what the kids went through, and working for Nickelodeon. I know that there's been similar animations for Disney.
I watched 2 or 3 episodes, and that was about all I needed to see,
Okay, so you have seen it.
Yeah, another show was talking about it. I think it was Isaac Weishaupt's show was talking about it. Was doing a fucking synopsis of the show, so I had to tune in and check it out. Isaac Weishaupt does that show, Cult something, and I forget the exact name of it.
And then
pop culture,
Maher,
occult symbolism, pop culture. Anyways, Bill Maher, he was talking about this, and then go on, Daniel.
And he posted the segment from his show on X on the following Friday with the caption, "It turns out for pedophiles in Hollywood, it's a small world after all," and it amassed 28.3 million views on a Saturday afternoon. So a lot of people saw this. A lot of people saw his comments, and he said that when Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was saying the exact same thing about kids and creepy stuff at Disney that liberals now find intolerable at Nickelodeon, he was dismissed as a hick and a bigot. But why would a kids content factory like Disney be all that different than the one at Nickelodeon? So drawing some comparisons between Nickelodeon and Disney and kids being sexually abused.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jamie, a great guest to ask about Disney and all the weird shit that in Disney's history, because there's a weird background to Walt Disney and the government and secret fucking clubs and secret societies that exist at Disney, where if you remember, you go underground there at the Disney park. Have you heard about this? A little bit.
I've heard about the tunnels underneath.
I don't know if it's called the 33 Club or something. If you're a member of it, you can fucking go to a certain place and take an elevator down, secret elevator down to the fucking.
Yeah, I have heard that they're actually like
party.
I didn't know whether to really buy into that or not. That sounds so extreme that they're actually snatching kids, but considering the other stuff that we know is going on, I mean, even that wouldn't really surprise me that much.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily hear they were snatching kids that way. I just heard that they have a Walt Disney himself had like a secret group, or where if you remember, you could access elevators and go down underground to there where the real actions happen.
I know he was ripping off his animators, like he was paying them, just pennies for working really long hours.
God. Yeah. Everywhere you look into cartoons and artwork, all of a sudden you find, wow, there's the same people behind here. Go look at comic books, all of a sudden, hey, here's those same people here manipulating the story, and there's the same story. It is bizarre. No matter what you look into, if you go look into any part of our society that's important, where the money's at or the attention's at, you'll find it's rigged.
In the private chat, Jonah mentions that Disney Cruise Lines used to stop at Epstein Island, Little St. James, and Little St. James for snorkeling for years.
No way. Disney Cruise Lines. Wow.
You like Mickey Mouse? You like 14-year-old girls?
Hey, kids, you want to see Mickey?
You like teenagers? Of course you do. Did you see the
You
Britney
want a
Spears
job
video?
giving massages? Yeah.
Yeah, it's creepy shit.
Jesus.
But I saw an interesting question. It was really thought provoking. The question was, why are the super rich into pedophilia? I don't mean to swear. Into pedophilia. Why are they into pedophilia? And then there was an
They
interesting.
don't swear, Daniel. This is a family show, no?
Exactly. It's like Disney, minus the pedophilia. So
We're going to pray when this is all over.
now somebody answered that question, and they said, like, when people get more rich, they begin to have the capability of not having to
Getting away with murder.
Yes, exactly. Getting away with things, being able to trounce other people, tell people what to do, get out of traffic tickets, get away with shit. And then that leads to more of a stronger feeling of getting away with shit. Next thing you know, they're diddling little kids in some basement somewhere because they feel like they can get away with it.
Maybe. I don't know if if they start out, trying it like this and then they get away with it and they get worse, or if they start out just bad from the beginning. I don't think people, if they can get away with stuff, suddenly start becoming criminals. I don't think that's how the world works necessarily. But I do think that if there aren't morals taught and people can get away with shit and they're not being told right from wrong, then that shit might occur. Dr. Robert, what's going on?
I'm chilling. How are you?
Oh, I'm so good. How are you, my man?
I'm hanging in there, man. Just loving life and
Fantastic.
smoking a little weed, and
There you go. I'm taking some gummies.
know.
Took a gummy.
Oh wow, man.
Oh yeah.
Man, I'm kind of a little shell shocked on edibles, man. I had a homeboy named Mike, man. He
hmm
made me some edible brownies one day, man, and dude, man, like I thought I was gonna fucking die.
Blew your mind, or what? Just started ripping your mind apart, or what? Or your heart was going, but
Well, my heart was going, everything, man. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. All I knew was that I
well,
was high, and I felt I was high for in that normal amount of time.
yeah. Well, that sounds like a bonus, though. That
Yeah.
sounds
But
like a
I got
bonus,
that kind of mind, man. I was like
unless
teaching
it's a bad
philosophy at the
eye.
time, a philosophy student. You know,
Yeah.
I could fuck myself up with my own mind, man. If I let my
Oh,
mind, if I let my mind get away with itself, man, I could be in a
yeah.
lot of trouble. I'm one of
Oh,
those
totally.
motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like I get
Oh,
in trouble
the
real quick.
mind. The mind is the most powerful. Fear is if you bow down to fear, man. Your mind can create images that are the most
Oh
fearful
yeah.
images in the world.
Oh
That's
yeah. Oh yeah. Because we see everything in our mind. That's what people don't realize. You know what I mean? Like you're
totally,
not seeing
totally.
outside your head. You're seeing
And
inside your
and
head.
and
That
some
data has to be processed. And
and
that is processed in the brain.
a lot of what we're seeing too can be debated. Are you really seeing what's going on? You got to ask yourself that when
All
we're
the
dealing with a
time.
lot of this stuff all the
All
time,
the time.
the entire
Everything, man.
time.
I question everything I do, man. I question everything I see just to make sure I'm seeing it
Definitely,
right.
definitely. That's how deep this stuff is.
Fox Mulder Jr., are you there? Fox Mulder Jr., is your mic on? Are you unmuted? You there, buddy? Well, we'll have
Cue
to
the X Files music. Cue the X Files music.
we'll have to try
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
He might have stepped away from his keyboard. But Dr. Robert, thoughts on
Yeah.
the debate? Did you watch it?
A little of it, man. I really don't care for either of them, man. But personally, man, I always question the veracity, of Donald Trump, just because has a history of telling whoppers. I mean, same for Joe Biden too, man. But Trump told some big ones that night. I mean, like the Jan 6 attack on the U.S. Capitol. He falsely described the attack as involving like a relatively small number of people who were ushered in by police. The facts contradict this. The attack involved thousands of individuals engaged in violent confrontation with police. It resulted in significant damage and casualties. About the National Guard deployment, Trump claimed he offered 10,000 soldiers or National Guard troops to then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, which she allegedly turned down. However, it clarified that Pelosi did not have the authority over National Guard deployment decisions. Decisions to call in the National Guard troops rest with the Capitol Police Board, not individual congressional leaders like Pelosi or McConnell. You know, so those are just factual inaccuracies about Jan 6. And you have like tax and regulations and shit like that, right? Like Trump claimed that Joe Biden wants to raise taxes by 4 times. This statement is inaccurate. Biden tax plan aimed to prevent tax increases from individuals making less than $400,000 per year, which covers the majority of taxpayers. You know, so just a lot of things like that, man. But I really don't care for both of them, man. But I don't like liars either. I really don't like liars, man. Like once I realize like you're a liar, dude, like immediate, dude,
Well,
I go into hyper scrutiny mode. But that's just me.
oh, I can't stand liars, Dr. Robert. And so, you know, in that case, Joe Biden is about one of the biggest liars.
No, I said both of them.
Just like
I said both of them. I don't like both of them.
The big picture.
Yeah,
though,
I think that Biden though takes the cake on the liar. You know, who's the biggest liar? If you had to scale to see who's lying about stuff.
Well, the big
Trump
picture,
at
though,
least, you know, he probably has done some business dealings that people wouldn't consider. I mean, over the years, he works in New York, where the mafia is fucking big, right? I'm sure he's had to deal with people and situations that you just go, whoa, that's kind of criminal. But old Biden's been in Washington. Biden's been in Washington 50 years, and damn, if this country ain't falling apart in 50 years.
Oh, man, that whole debate. I'll be honest with you though, and I wrote it on Facebook. I want to say Facebook. I don't know why, because I don't even fuck with Facebook. But on X, basically, like I wrote about it, man. Like I smell a rat, man. Just something just doesn't smell right. Like I haven't quite put my finger on it yet, but there's just some peculiar things that have been taking place, and then when I look at like other things.
Dr. Robert, you're familiar. You know, you're aware that you know who that Bird was in the Senate in the 70s, the Grand Cyclops for the Ku Klux Klan. That was Senator Byrd. You remember this guy? You know this guy?
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about.
You know about this Democrat?
I know what you're talking about. The guy who did like that blackface stuff or something.
No, I'm talking about Senator Byrd in the 70s, 80s, like the lead Democrat.
I don't
head
recall.
Of the Democrats.
Yeah, I don't recall. I believe there's a lot of racist Democrats.
Dr. Robert, he was like the head of the fucking KKK.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden praised him. One of the most incredible people we ever knew in the government. Goddamn, it was his spirit was guiding our government. But he was the head of the KKK back in fucking down south.
You know what they
Senator
call those?
Byrd.
You know what they call those Klan people? The master of the lodge is called the Grand Dragon. I wanted to mention though.
Yeah, that crossover between Masonry and KKK. We got to get into that one of these days.
Well,
that'll be a good discussion. A real good discussion. We got to do some deep research though. That'll be a good discussion.
After the Illuminists took over Masonry, that's when they started the Klan.
But I gotta hold on, Clint. I gotta go on. Joe Biden calling Trump racist is ridiculous because Joe Biden is the one that's hugging the KKK leader, that's passing the 3 strikes law, that's calling black people super predators.
Yeah,
for decades, fucking throwing people in prison for drugs, and him and Hillary getting all giddy over ruining people's lives.
I do believe Joe Biden is racist, but I do like to keep the facts straight. There's something not right about that. Oh yeah, super predators. Trump claimed that Joe Biden called black people super predators for 10 years. However, this claim is incorrect. It was actually Hillary Clinton, not Joe Biden, who used the term super predators. When I saw that too, I thought that too. I never heard Joe Biden use that. That's what I mean. Although Joe Biden, I do believe, is a racist for the other reasons you stated. I believe a lot of Democrats are racist. I think this shit that just happened with Jamal Baldwin is a perfect example of that. So it's not that look. I don't trust. Let me state my position very clearly, so no one ever has any doubts or any uncertainties. You know what I mean? Fuck both those motherfuckers. Fuck both of them, dude. Just from my perspective as a black person, fuck both those motherfuckers. You know what I mean? However, though, I do believe we as a people could have more control over one of those candidates than we could the other one. Because the other one one of them can't be controlled. One of them can't be reasoned with. and one of them won't bow to pressure,
That
and that's
sounds
what
like the
makes that
Terminator.
candidate. Yeah,
That sounds like the
that makes
Terminator.
that
It
one
can't be
dangerous.
reasoned with.
Yeah,
Well, the thing is,
All right, let's get back to you guys. Sorry to cut you guys off. I know you're all about to launch off. Just want to get to a couple of the other guys. I'm sure they're just. It seems like got some people kind of dying to get in there. But let's talk to Fox Mulder. Always good to see a new face on here. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Just hopping on off the Michael Deacon program. That was awesome watching there.
Definitely appreciate you coming on over and visiting us. Very cool. Fox, did you happen to catch the debate last night?
Yeah, I did. Really late night. It was hilarious. Just on first glances alone. I mean, if you could take screenshots at any point, I mean, I was just cracking up. Biden looked like he was falling asleep. Trump was doing his awkward faces, and the content of it was really pretty ridiculous. I could barely understand what Biden was saying, and Trump just going on and on about people taking jobs, and so it wasn't really enlightening, but it was kind of funny.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Some of those faces on both sides were hilarious. The Joe Biden sort of empty stare, the sad empty stare, that was kind of sad.
Right.
He just
I did feel bad.
Yeah,
I felt bad. He was drooling a little bit on his lip, and
yeah, and then they're talking about him playing golf, and he's like trying to keep up, and he's just falling apart. His voice is dropping, and he's getting kind of lost in his words. But like I was saying, on the Michael Deacon program earlier, I don't see why we're not looking at the glass more half full, that a guy that's in his 80s is able to even competently talk about this stuff at all up there, or even stand there for so long. Like, that's kind of a feat in my mind. Like, I feel like people are looking at this kind of backwards.
Right. I mean, I really did feel like he was on some performance enhancers, because even compared to some of his other performances, it was maybe a little bit. He seemed a little bit more charged up. I don't know what they were giving him, but I'm sure it was good.
Well, who do you feel like won?
I would say Trump. Just based off of demeanor, Biden was just way too sleepy. It's hard to take him seriously. But I would say there was really no winners, especially us Americans.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Are you partial to either side, or are you kind of just like feeling like they're both bad? How do you feel about that?
Not at all. No, I'm not partial to either side or either party. I'm not a member of either party, and I guess my family were traditionally Democrats growing up. So just to troll them, I used to tell them I was a Republican, but but I'm really not. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm up here in Seattle, so a good way to troll is to take a conservative stance for sure. What do you think about the World War III stuff? Pretty scary.
I think it's terrifying. I mean, as soon as Israel and Palestine popped off, I really thought there was going to be some. I thought it was actually going to be more imminent. But yeah, I'm here in LA, so it feels like World War III all the time. So I guess if something really happens, I wouldn't be too scared. But yeah, I think something's happening. Was it Putin and Kim Jong the other day? They met up. They're shaking hands. I mean, they're going to be tight with Iran. The axis of evil, I guess, if you want to call it, will be going strong. And yeah, I think something could definitely happen. Hopefully not a nuclear event.
I'm kind of looking out for the next big attack from the Muslim world. I don't feel like we've seen that major retaliation yet. I feel like they're just biding their time, and it's just only a matter of time before we see just a massive attack, whether that's a straight-on attack or some kind of terrorist thing. I'm not sure, but that's got to be absolutely coming. There's big moves coming, definitely.
Right. And as far as Iran's nuclear program, I'm not really sure how advanced that is. I know there was that
for sure.
cyber attack years ago. You remember that?
I do. That was
I
the
forgot
big.
what it was called.
Yeah, that was a big buzzword not too long ago, and I definitely think that based on stuff we're seeing in movies and stuff like that, some of that predictive programming stuff, absolutely, the cyber attack is definitely going to come down. I'm not sure if you remember, but when the protests were happening in DC, people were saying that their cell phones got shut down, and they're obviously using some kind of technology there. Yeah. But we will touch bases with you again, Fox Mulder Jr. Thank you for hopping on. Love seeing new faces on here. Love talking to them, getting to know them. Lots of good perspectives out there. Awesome. We will talk to you again soon. Let's see here. I don't feel like Dr. Robert really got a chance to flesh out what he was saying. You still there, Dr. Robert? He's AFK. Okay, we will have to get back to him after a while. Let's see if Clint had anything left to say. Kind of got cut off there. Or did you have anything you want to add on that?
Well, the fact of the matter is that we don't even live in America. We live in the world government, and that the 16th Amendment was never lawfully ratified by 3/4 of the Senate or whatever. And that the Supreme Court also said that the 16th Amendment created no new taxing power. And that the complication of all this is, remember how I was saying earlier that corporations don't have rights? So the internationalist illuminists, they realized that they needed to destroy sovereignty on an individual level, because all the aspects of communists go against sovereignty of an individual. And that and they also wanted to keep their slave trade going, because a lot of the Illuminati were in the subdivisions in B'nai B'rith and so on, operating the slave trade in the South. And that so they didn't want to lose their money. They didn't want to lose that money route. They needed that cash, that money. They needed to, keep it all up for the establishment and the man, basically. And that so over time they basically extended jurisdiction, incorporated all citizens, up to this point where even when a child is born, its foot is pressed and inked and pressed on a contract on banknote paper. And then the internationalists use the people as collateral for unconstitutional currency. And then they sit and they milk the people with the graduated income tax, which is part of one of the planks of the Communist Manifesto is the graduated income tax, which is totally unconstitutional, by the way. And they're all bragging about the only power that they have to tax is to tax international imports and exports or mining or certain other things. And that the taxation of the individual by the federal government is a violation of the direct excise tax clause of the Constitution, which still is intact because the 16th Amendment was never ratified. And that and then what's even crazier, to prove that the IRS has no jurisdiction over a citizen of a state, if we were sovereign citizens, under Title 26 of United States Code, the IRS was, quote, never enacted into law because it's corporate policy and because the IRS was chartered under the 62nd Trust of Puerto Rico by the International Monetary Fund. Because of this, every acronym agency is chartered under the 62nd Fund of Puerto Rico by the IMF, and that they are all international organizations operating within the several states. And that basically, to bring it on down to even more of a level, it's like the courts in the late 1800s or early 1900s, the courts, basically the executive branch deleted the judicial branch. Then they took the forest park magistrates. Then they extended the jurisdiction of the forest park magistrates to with the territorial jurisdiction of all the states. And then they eventually changed it all over, then created the Justice Department, which is a private corporation. And that the and proof of this is the executive branch appoints the attorney general to this day. But see, that's how they turned. Then they made the prison system, and then they started. That's why they have all these. I mean, to sum it all up, they have people in prison right now working for free as slaves, and those people don't have any rights, just like we don't, because we're corporations, and corporations are under corporate policy and have no rights. Because
Awesome. Thanks, Clint. Sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to let Jen talk. He hasn't really gone yet. Jen, you there, buddy?
I am here. Hey, Dan. How are you doing? How was Michael Deacon?
Hey, had a great time on there. Had a great show. Talked about all kinds of stuff, including the election and lots of other hilarious topics. Did you happen to catch the debate?
I did watch the debate, which is, I guess, sort of unlike me because I am a more, I take a more skeptical position usually, although I do favor Trump, as I've said, so I'm not going to like rescind that. I understand that it is a game. And it's a grand chessboard, and we are watching a game. That doesn't make it not real. That's something I think people in the truth or liberty or whatever sphere get wrong, is that just because something is a play doesn't make the superficial qualities. It has tangibility, it has reality. Now, do I also think that Hillary is about to run? Yes, because if you look at the dress that she wore, the proverbial muumuu that she wore at the Tonys, it is in the colors of Kether. What is the word for Kether in English? Is the crown. She's clearly still sour about losing, and she wants the crown. So I think a lot of things are much more in contention, and if we think of them as magicians moving through the chessboard, moving through the Masonic staircase, they are also competing with each other. It's not set. It's a lot more. There's room for us to win. Now, is it like a grand win for humanity? Probably not, but it can be a moment of single pointed clarity where we come together with our collective will, and we make a maneuver, so we can push the archons in the way that would benefit us the most, and by far Trump will benefit us the most. And just to push back, as far as I'm concerned, Trump may be an exaggerator. He may be a tall tale teller. He may be a little bit corrosive in his speech, as is befitting his spheres of Hode, Gavura, and Tipperith, but he is not a liar. And Biden is like a liar. So truth cannot exist under Biden, and any country, any kingdom must be based on a foundation of truth. So I think Trump is the only way, and because that's our only option. So whether that's a managed dialectic, that's totally, I'm open to that. And I personally think that's probably true, but I also think that we have room to decide. So that's where I'm at with the debate. I thought Trump killed it. I mean, it wasn't much of a debate. It was really about getting rid of Biden. The DNC did it on purpose. That's my opinion. Okay, I guess I'll keep going. So,
Oh, what's up? I didn't notice I was in the room. What's up, everybody? Hey, what's up, Jen?
Hey, Dr. Robert, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm groovy, man. How you been?
I've been really well.
Good, man. Nice, man. Nice, man. How's the show going?
My show, it's going. Dan's episode's coming out in 10 days.
Okay.
BD's episode just came out.
Oh,
So I mean,
Yeah,
it's
we go
going.
deep in that show too. We go deep.
Yeah, we
yeah,
go
yeah.
really
I know. Jan was really
great
impressed with that
episode.
show. Yeah, he was telling me about it.
Yeah, so we did. I usually don't reveal my titles because I've had issues with like people like borrowing them for their shows. Not
Pilfering.
Dan or anyone, but it's people that I know. So I usually keep it really tight under wrap. But I've got a really cool title, and I think Dan will really get a kick out of it. And it's funny and edgy, and a little left hand path, but not in a scary way, in a cool way. So I'm really excited for that episode. I've got a series on Tracy Twyman that's coming out, as well as Serial Experiments Lane. So let me plug those two things.
Jen, you got balls going into the Tracy stuff. Let me tell you.
You know, I approached it. Someone came to me with a Google Drive and said,
That's spooky.
they wanted to do
Hey, Jen.
Hey,
Wait, with a
Todd.
Google Drive?
How are you, my man?
Rando just handed you a Google Drive?
No, not a rando. It's someone who. it's someone who. It's a mutual. His name is Zach. Everybody can follow him, Zachary Shumar. He's quite well known actually in the truth community. Dana knew who he was. Lisa knows who he is. He's well known. He's not a big account, but he is a very good researcher. He came to me and has said, "Do you want to use any of this stuff for your show?" And I said to him the truth, which is I don't really know the Twyman material that well. But he was not the only one to come to me and ask me to do a show on Twyman. So I said to him, I said, "Why don't you come present this?" Because it was like, I mean, he's in I don't want to dox him or anything, but he's like he's like a white collar guy, and he's very professional in the way he approaches research. So when I looked at the Google document, I immediately saw it was like pristine. It was like he wrote like the master's thesis basically. And I said, "Come and present this because this is amazing." And I'll be like the fool card, and I won't really understand the material, but you'll present it to me and I will react to it for the first time. So that's how I approached it. So instead of being like freaked out by how dark it is, I kind of, you hear me sort of react in how I interpret the things he's saying when he asks me questions. So that's
Jen, were you aware of what was going on as all that was going down? Were you were aware of her and listened to her when it all happened?
No, that is what's really interesting.
Okay.
I only knew of her after the fact.
End of Days Radio had her on a number of times, and friend of the show, whatever. We're all big fans of hers. And then Clyde Lewis, she was a producer for Clyde Lewis for a lot of when it happened, I think. About the time it happened, or maybe somebody else, maybe she left, but she was selling books and doing really good, and all of a sudden, boom, that happened. And we were all dead on. We were all listening right on as it was happening, and freaking out by it.
She was hanging out with Isaac Cappy, and he was kind of like,
I
feel like he was kind of leading her. Like he may have been an agent or something like that. I feel like he was kind of leading her into some really
weird
stuff.
What was the weirdest part was Tracy Twyman's dead letter that she left that triggered her, her response from that dead letter. I don't know if you've seen that or not, Jen.
It is my secret third episode of that series will be about the dead letter. So we did her bio is part 1. Then we did her kind of turn into, so we did like her earlier stuff plus ultra as part 1, and then part 2 is her like later work, and then I'm doing a secret part 3.
That dead letter was like a nuclear bomb, by the way, and in the conspiracy weird paranormal community, and man, it set off so much chain reactions. Yeah,
Todd, what is the name of that show that Tracy was going on? Remember, the guy that did that show, we used to have him on a bunch of times. Something picture show. Remember, she was going on there all the time, and then he was doing shows about her after she passed, and like her husband started going after them and all that.
God, I remember. There's large parts I remember to that story because I was just dialed into it as much as I could dial into it. And
but I think Jen would probably find out a lot by talking to that guy. Boy, I wish I could.
Yeah.
I'm doing terrible here. Too much pot.
It happens. Yeah, get stoned.
I'm not stoned for once. So.
No, I'm not talking. Not talking about you, Jim. I'm talking about Daniel.
I know, but I'm saying usually I do, but tonight no.
There you go.
Is it legal there in Washington?
Oh heck yeah! That's the only reason I still live in this shitty state.
That's why Daniel won't leave Washington.
Oh yeah.
Okay, who's got the wacko whistle playing? What the hell is that?
That's Dr. Rob.
No, I went to the house, man, to get a soda, man. And
who's driving that tank?
Is that like a trolley train?
I told you I had those wild kids in there, right? like doing each other's hair and watching movies and playing video games, man. So that's them.
Where's
Oh, there
That
you
that?
go.
noise is coming
Hell
from
yeah.
them. Yeah,
At the
yeah. I'm
corner
trying to get
store?
as far. Yeah, I'm trying to get as far as away from them as possible.
Oh yeah.
But I had to get that soda.
I can't. There you go. Jen, I can't wait to hear that show with Daniel. You did with Daniel. I can't wait to
I'm
hear
really
that.
excited
It's got to
for
be
it.
good.
Dan was a great sport. He was a great person to interview. I mean, we didn't even touch all his whole career and like everything that I wanted to go. So Dan's gonna have to come back and we'll have to definitely talk about that stuff. And I didn't even ask him about Michael Aquino and like I had all these other questions, but we had a really interesting discussion and I'm really grateful. So I think it'll be really cool and I've got great art for it. So everybody can
Oh,
look for it.
nice.
And by the way, that podcast that Tracy was kind of loosely involved with was called the RX Only Picture Show, and the host is SB Auger.
Oh, yeah. SB Alger.
Okay, thanks, Dan. I'm gonna check some of that out, and I'm also gonna listen to some vintage End of Days to hear some.
SB Alger was a flat Earth guy, was he? Daniel, big pushing the flat Earth.
Yeah, I believe we did talk about flat Earth with him. I think I titled the show "Heavy Metal Flat Earth" or something like that.
Awesome.
Yeah, yeah. That was the one that knew Tracy. Man, there was so much weird shit going on with Tracy. I'm telling you, her research was about the most original stuff that had come out in years. She was blowing occult stuff open before that all happened. Like, you couldn't believe it.
What's something that's like the pinnacle of her research? Vaguely.
She was into the gods. She was channeling information. She was channeling stuff that was
channeling
really
Baphomet.
But you know,
Baphomet.
I'm the
Knights
permanent
Templar.
skeptic, so
Yeah, of course.
Actually, I'm with
So
Clint
she's-
on this. I'm with Clint on that. That's how I approached it in the series as well. I was like, it's not that I believe in spirits, as Dan and I discussed. Like, I definitely believe in spirits, but I take a skeptical position that spirits lie. Like, regardless, angel, demon, whatever it is, spirits lie. And they don't, and when I say lie, I don't mean that they necessarily intentionally tell mistruths. But they are not omniscient. A spirit does
All
not.
she was doing, though, Jen, was she was writing down what it was saying, and it was claiming to be from Knights Templar, Baphomet,
Yes.
giving it secrets. You
Well,
know,
yeah,
She's a medium. She's a medium.
I'd have to
Yes,
see.
well,
She was like
she's
a
smart. She's very
she was like
smart.
a magician.
I don't know if she's a medium.
She was a
Actually,
magician.
yeah, she used to write for a publication. I can't remember what it's called. I'm so sorry, but she was a writer for an occult publication long before she ever got into this stuff, and she did some really amazing research into the Priory of Sion and the Holy Grail. She was involved with.
She's deep.
Yeah,
Deep.
involved with some secret societies. She was a member of some of them, and some people think she's a spook. So take that for what.
And then
I'd
there's
have to see.
She definitely had FBI and maybe other intel connections, but like we always say that when we had Brandy on, we all just this was kind of a topic that we said like sometimes that is not, yes, it's a red flag in some ways, but it also does not inherently taint what the person is saying, because you have to use your own discernment to decide if it's accurate or not based on the material that you know. So I personally think that she was an occultist, a magician. I'm not anti-magic, as I think everyone knows on the panel. I'm pro-magic. I'm pro, like, it's not do whatever you want, but I think that it's
like Terrence McKenna says that he asked the mushroom to prove that it wasn't himself, and he said that the mushroom told him the date of an unknown comet, and that the unknown comet, it told him the exact date and time, and then he went to the library and looked at all the astronomy books, and he couldn't find anything about any comet on the date or anything, and then he said the day came around and the comet actually appeared, and that he knew that the mushroom was real, and that I'd have to hear something like that to.
Terrence McKenna said that. Terrence McKenna said that.
Yeah, he also said it also predicted a lunar eclipse over the Amazon
Terrence
at one
McKenna
point.
made so many wild claims, and he was a smart guy, but he made
Well, he
so
was the
many.
MK Ultra guy. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
what's
Can I say
probably
something
interesting,
though?
connected. He's probably connected.
He was definitely connected. Like,
Whoever
no,
these people
well,
are.
what's interesting though
All
is
right,
that
sorry guys, it's getting a little bit busy, and we're trying to kind of like move away from too many people talking all at once because we're trying to consider the listeners, and we want it to be listenable. But I will get back to all of you guys. Definitely going to let you finish your points. By the way, that publication was called Dagobert's Revenge or Dagobert's Revenge. Also, check out Tracy Twyman's book Genuflect. I am currently reading that very slowly because it's just on my phone. It's hard to see. But if you want to get a fresh copy, you're probably going to be spending a lot of money. All of her books are really increasing in price because she's no longer with us to get that stuff republished and printed up. So expect her material to really skyrocket in price. And then Dr. Robert, sorry, go ahead. What did you want to say?
I don't really think somebody is like it's necessarily a red flag if somebody has like FBI law enforcement assets or people they communicate with or snitches, whatever you want to call them. I mean, because sometimes people get involved in those organizations and they don't know what they're getting into, and they have attacks of conscience. They want to get out, they don't know how to get out. Some of them been threatened. So they do what they can to kind of reveal the truth to the public, man. So I don't necessarily think that's like, I think just sometimes, man, like, you have somebody in law enforcement that really hates and despises what they've been doing. And then they see something in an individual that they trust and they feel like this person is genuine and they just start confiding in them. I mean, that's all I have to say.
Awesome. Appreciate that, Dr. Robert. We'll get back to you. Let's see, who was trying to say something? Jen, were you trying to say something there a second ago?
I mean, I kind of play off of what everyone else is saying. That's kind of my particular rhetorical skill. But I will say about the law enforcement comment is I agree with Dr. Robert, but I also think it's more complicated than that because a lot of private corporations, especially like the big multinationals, consulting firms, they have private intelligence. So it's like Clint always says, like, we live in the New World Order right now. Like, we already are under like a fascist meeting of public and private. That's very obvious to me. And so just because someone is not necessarily law enforcement does not mean they are not intel. Because they can be a contractor, they can work for a private intel firm. I mean, that's what makes it so complicated. It's
Yeah,
just
and a lot of ex military get kind of wrapped up in that world of mercenary work and private intel jobs and stuff like that as well.
exactly. And a lot of truth people are veterans. And as a former
Yeah.
leftist, I've really worked through a lot of my like leftist like bullshit, but I will say like I used to have definitely a thing where if someone was a veteran, I'd be like, oh my God, like I would place a very negative value judgment on it and not really look at the person. But now I'm into looking at the person and seeing, if you can evaluate if someone is like a decent person. And so I try and do that. And I don't want to hold someone's like, people join the military for many reasons. It doesn't instantly mean someone's like a bad person. It just doesn't.
Oh,
So
sure. Yeah. I live in a military area, and I've met so many people that are just really good-hearted, pleasant people. And the nice thing is because of the whole QAnon and Great Awakening thing, like even if that's a psyop or a treetop type of truth, I definitely appreciate the fact that they are aware of certain things. Just like I'm appreciative of the fact that Trump actually, like I was saying, I feel like in a way he broke the fourth wall by
Yes.
mentioning January 6th and
Yeah.
the rigged election, etc. And I do appreciate that. Like if I wasn't as knowledgeable as I am now, sorry, got tongue tied. I might just I felt let me put it this way. I almost felt compelled to jump back on the Trump train a little bit because he was doing so good in that debate.
I think that he came across as very reasonable for him and very likable, and it seems like the polls match that opinion. Now, I'm with you, Daniel. Like, I agree that it is it is probably not the smart thing to jump on the Trump train. However, he does pose, whether a small amount or a great amount, some kind of inhibition to greater globalist policy goals. So
Yeah.
some of the things he talks about are anti-globalist. That is like fact. That's just like the facts on the ground. Like the
If we're even on a globe.
well, okay, so yes, so okay, realm Earth. So I mean, yeah, I think you know this, Daniel. We spoke about it a little. I don't want to give away
Yeah.
our sort of really cool ending, but yeah, I mean, the border really matters. It's really important. It's sort of the basis for all the other issues. Like everything else is sort of downstream of the border, because if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. And
And
if
then
you don't,
getting into the economy and stuff like that, all that stuff, like the mistake Biden made at one point was he started to really go into the economy, and then
yeah,
Trump immediately said, "Well, what about the fact, like, what about the fact that you're bringing all these people in? Like, no matter how much we tax the rich or the poor or whoever we're taxing, it's all going to people that maybe shouldn't even be here in the first place."
as well as so that is a huge issue. That's a huge issue here where I live. Like, insane. We've had like 8 million people since 2014 come in. It is impossible to get a doctor's appointment. Impossible. So
Yeah, that's the problem, because there's only so many doctors, there are only so many clinics, and if you just have unrestricted access to come through the border and line up at these places, what happens when, you're out of work or something, you need to go to one of these clinics and you got to stand behind a line of 80 people?
and that's the thing. And then also, I think Trump was really smart to bring up the fentanyl and the drug issue, because it is clear to me. I don't want to be too spicy, Daniel, but I know you'll appreciate it in some ways. Is that I do think that the sort of the cartels or whomever, that is really who's in charge. So I often wonder, hey, Brandy.
Hey, Brandy. She might be AFK.
That's okay.
No, I
Oh.
just
There
got
she
out of the
is.
shower, so hey.
Good to see you, though.
Nice seeing y'all.
But I think the cartels maybe are like, there's two different factions. Obviously, I'm not talking Republicans, because the Republican Party is clearly Democrats, but I'm talking about like the more, I don't want to call them America First, but there's definitely like like a MAGA faction. So the MAGA faction, they definitely run with a different cartel. Okay, that's fine. We know it's syndicates versus governments. This tale as old as time. But I do think that, like, the way the Democrats have like allowed the border to be flooded with fentanyl, with you have all these like Chinese Twitter sort of accounts that have these factories in Colorado and New Mexico that just produce cheap
Yeah,
shrooms.
that's terrifying hearing about that stuff.
So I think that is part of it. I think that's part of what is actually happening. And I think that they're happy with the way things are. And that is the greater policy goal. I mean, they wrote about this in the Rand paper, in the Rand Corporation paper in 1969 or 7. I can't remember, but I mean, this was the policy goal. It's one world government. It's one world religion. It's the Esalen. They even call it the Esalen seed religions. And it's Satanism, but not Satanism as like the normie understands, but it's Christ consciousness, it's Scientology, it's process theology, and it is also, I'm forgetting one, so I apologize, Temple Yahwehism. So there's several factions, and then they all produce little seeds. That's the crazy.
One second. What's Temple Yahwehism?
So Temple Yahwehism is a facet of the process theology, or the process church, so they believe that it's kind of what people will say the Jews think, but obviously Judaism is a very diverse religion with many facets and different sort of schools of thought. So they will say like they are the God's chosen people. So they believe in God as fear. They assign that quality to him, like he's like an angry God. And so very like Old Testament, I guess, in a way, but they also believe that they are his special children. So a lot of people in process who are belong to like the temple of light, or the temple, like Tracy Torman belonged to the temple of psychic youth, and all of that. But so each different temple has their kind of ideological or theological orientation. So the temple Yahwehism is sort of like predicated on this LARP that they have to act like the priests of Abraham. Now, people, I think, and I do this too, is they think it's like this ancient lineage tradition that comes from, Babylon or whatever, and that is partially true. But I also think, and doing the Twyman show really changed my opinion on this, is I think that they rely on channeling so much more than like ancient grimoires or ancient practices or ancient teachings. Like, I think everything is a lot more of a reconstruction than we believe it is.
Yeah, there was a group, I forget their name, and not just one group, but there's been a lot of them where they have a website or a forum or something like that, and they just kind of gradually release this channeled information. Like I was really into the ancient astronauts and Anunnaki stuff, and there's a pretty big one called Enki Speaks, where somebody's supposedly channeling Enki. Who knows if it's real or somebody faking, or they're subconscious, or a demon or something like that. It's really hard to tell, but I pretty much feel the same way. I think channeling can be really interesting, but as you said, spirits can lie, and we have to be careful what we buy into. But thanks, Jen. Brandy, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Did you happen to catch any of the debate last night?
I did not. I purposely avoided that because I respect my sanity.
Oh, good for you. You're able to tune out. Do you have a dog in the race, or are you kind of just detached from the whole thing?
I'm really detached in it because it's just like a dog and pony show. We already know that the Biden thing was bullshit. Trump is only going to be different bullshit. And that's about all there is. It's just like, do you want cow shit or do you want bullshit? But they both come from the same damn animal in the same field. So,
Yeah, part of it is that Trump, he already won once, and he got in there and he said, "Make America great again." And he arguably made some positive changes. We'd have to really look into that. But it does seem like he didn't quite get it done, and things reversed quickly. Once the Democrat got in office, it's just hard for me to buy into this whole "Make America Great Again" thing when he wasn't able to do it the first time.
Well, that, and it's not like any of them ever changed their affiliation of putting Israel first, because they haven't. That's just one of their unsaid things. It's like, well, okay, you can make America anything, but you're not making us first. So try again.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely a big issue I've had, and that's just it. The fact that you buy into what these guys are saying, and then you see the picture of them, and they're wearing the little yarmulke thing and touching the Welling Wall and kind of pledging their allegiance, and then you have the ties with Jared Kushner, Biden openly saying he's a Zionist, and then the fact that they were kind of almost worshiping Trump in Israel at one point, saying he's like the best president ever, putting his picture on buildings and stuff like that. That was pretty wild.
Yeah, like when Israel promotes our presidents more than we do, that should be it. That should be our
Man, I couldn't agree more with you, Brandy. How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, good. I loved your show with Daniel last week. I couldn't be on there, but I listened later, and man, that was incredible. Right on. Glad to see you. Glad to see you over here on End of Days Radio.
Thank you.
I appreciate your brain. Agree with what you said about Israel. Don't agree with what you said about Trump, because here's why.
Okay.
Biden is a dyed-in-the-wool, been in Washington, D.C. for his entire life, brags about being the youngest person that ever got fucking elected to the Senate or some shit. I bet it's true. I bet that's one thing he didn't lie about.
Oh yeah.
Trump
Well,
Trump was not in this swamp his whole life. He was in New York swamp, but he was also all around the world. All kinds of swamps are everywhere. So yeah, maybe Trump was dealing with some mafia guys. Maybe Trump did look at make an arrangement with a prostitute or maybe there's no proof of that.
He kind of
Especially
sounded
with
like
that
Bill
Stormy
Clinton there for a
Daniels,
second.
especially with that Stormy Daniels trial. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he said he
That
says I
Stormy
did not have sex with her, but he didn't say I
that
did not
Stormy
do anything.
Daniels trial proved that it was biased by the mere fact that they let her go on for days about all the salacious details of stupid shit that may or may not have occurred. But Trump was gagged. He couldn't say anything, right? And then every Trump person that came before the court was chastised and ran out of the courtroom in that case. Outrageous. The way they're treating Trump, that's either phony, but we know New York's run by Democrats. These judges are chosen by Democrats. Trump was maybe he's all part of this. Believe me, the conspiracy theorists believe that he could be just part of the conspiracy. But he isn't swimming in the swamp his whole life with these creatures. He had one term, as president.
creatures.
I don't know.
Well, let's not forget about the British Israelism and the
I
root-
couldn't agree more, though, about Israel and Britain and all that garbage that our country shouldn't be
well, like
entangled with.
the roots of the British Israelism, for the viewer's sake, is basically like Weishaupt was expelled from Bavaria. He went to the House of Saxe-Gotha. House of Saxe-Gotha merged with Coburg, and then they came the Crown of England, and then the Crown of England thought they were Jewish because they're retarded, and then they started this whole British Israel Federation, and excuse me, it's all their whole movement. Jordan Maxwell goes over this subject quite extensively with Illuminati and communism and the British Israelism, and that they wrote down a goal in like 1913, and they set the goal for September 2001, and the goal was for the new British Empire world. It's the same goal as Cecil Rhodes, where anybody who's a Rhodes Scholar, the Rhodes Scholarship definition by Cecil Rhodes himself is to, quote, further world British government and that world British rule. That's the exact and all these people in politics.
If I may, Clint, for one more minute, go on about Trump versus Biden. Trump doesn't hate America, for one. Doesn't go on about how evil America is and how horrible it is. America is evil and horrible in some of its aspects. No doubt about it. But he doesn't sit and go on about that the whole time. We don't need to amend for our sins at this moment. We need to keep our World War III from happening and the New World Order from taking place. These people that want to amend for America's sins, how they want to do that? Drive us into the New World Order so it can take over as a one world government and punish those people that don't agree with it. So we know what the people that want to retribution and distribute the funds want to do with us once they get a hold of us.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like being in jail or something, where like imagine each country or each party is a different person, and then say you're in jail and then somebody's getting special treatment, and then it creates hatred against that person who's getting special treatment, and then is how the Illuminati.
That's a great way to manipulate people doing that. That's something that parents
exactly
do.
Yeah, well, this is how the Illuminati. This is why that G. Edward Griffin thing is so important. More, he calls it more deadlier than war, because the Illuminati, aka communists, they planned on using the race question in America to destroy America. And these agent provocateurs who are agitators, they're communist agitators that are agitating.
Have you ever been made aware of the William Lynch papers?
I'm not quite familiar.
Well, basically, it was a way that back when slavery was going on, a way to kind of manipulate the slaves against each other. And one of the main ones that they do is they'd use the shade of the skin. Like they'd want to pit, darker skinned black people against lighter skinned black people and get them kind of like in conflict, jealous of each other, whatever, because of the brightness or darkness of their skin. And that's kind of that's fitting right into what you're saying.
Yeah, they use the. I would doubt that he was probably B'nai B'rith or an Illuminist, but these groups, they understand how humans interact, and that
That's why they study anthropology all the time. That's why they invested so much money in anthropology. They wanted to know how humans function at the primal level.
Yeah, the Brits invented sociology for
it's very important to them.
India.
Oh yeah,
so really good point.
Robespierre and Rousseau and all these other Illuminists in Europe, they created something called the Democratic Society, and then Thomas Jefferson was known as part of that Democratic Society, and he was an Illuminati member on paper, and that. The Illuminists, their goals and intents were definitely clear about enslaving the masses and a one world government that would topple all crowns, all religions, destroy the way of life of families, and then enslave the masses and put the mob against itself. Very dangerous.
These people are masters at manipulation, and they love intrigue, and they create their own intrigue between their secret societies and their machinations. They do double, triple blind programs where even bringing down the Illuminati at that time, how we're all told how the Illuminati got brought down. That could have just been a psyop to create the next Illuminati. Because you have all these other groups involved, the Jesuits and the every group you can imagine is involved here. The Masons and the Jesuits, and they're supposed to be against each other, but they're really co-mingling.
Well, let me give an example of the Hegelian dialect real quick, just for the audience's sake. You could be a conservative towards a constitutional de jure government, which means lawful, or you could be a conservative towards a communist de facto government. See, that's how or you could be a liberal towards constitutional government or a liberal towards de facto unconstitutional government. See, that you can change the words. It's the same word, but it means two opposite things. And that's what they've done with the language is they've switched the words upside down. Where UN, another example, UN, peace is war. Their peacekeeping forces are war machine. It's the opposite. It's Hegelian dialect at its finest. We're in alchemy right now by participating and watching this.
It's even slicker debate. Than what you're describing, though, Clint. It's even just more slicker than that.
Yeah, those are just like generic examples where they are just. They've got it so where if you even use their language, you enter the circular logic trap that they've created, and it's incredibly, the brainwashing is incredibly heavy, and it's incredibly powerful.
Everybody has to remember, one thing January 6th that we learned from that, because January 6th was in the mix earlier, was that the government was heavily involved long before January 6th. And they were doing online activity to get into every kind of group on Facebook or any social media 6 months before January 6th ever occurred. These documents have come out now. They encouraged all their agents to get into every single social media platform, make friends with anybody you could anywhere, and start getting the hype going. Because they were getting ready to use that event as January 6th. There are people now that are bringing forth bills or whatever to delegitimize January 6th, the hearings. We saw that photographs and the footage from that day of all the nutballs climbing the walls and fighting the police. But we also saw the police spraying them in the face with pepper spray and bashing their heads in. If you didn't see the video of police bashing people's heads in on January 6th and you weren't watching, or you were watching mainstream TV, because there was a ton of those spraying innocent protesters with pepper spray. Big giant protest.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Just going to pull everybody off momentarily. Want to get to one more news story or topic before we go to break today. We'll see how long we end up going. Obviously, when we don't have a guest on, tend to do a show that's not quite as long. Excuse me. So I think I want to talk about this one. So the Supreme Court has ruled to allow cities to enforce camping bans on homeless people. So the homeless problem is getting worse and worse. Everybody knows that if you live near a major city, in a major city, or maybe you're nowhere near a major city and you still have homeless camps popping up, RVs, tents, people on fentanyl, bent for fent, people with their brains leaking out that are clearly high on fentanyl or something, and they can't even feel it because it's such a powerful drug. There's a interesting comment from Fox Mulder Jr. in the private chat. China's getting the revenge for the opium wars via fentanyl. Yeah, there seems to be an agenda there for sure. I definitely need to study that a bit more myself. But this homeless thing is disturbing to me because these people are victims of a bad economy. They are victims of tough times, drug addiction, and they don't deserve to be treated like that. They got to go somewhere. You're letting immigrants in, you're letting people from Ukraine in, you're giving them benefits, and you're not even taking care of the people that were already here and are falling under tough times, etc. And another part that's disturbing to me about this is they don't want people living kind of abroad, living nomadic in an RV, a converted box truck, a van. They don't want people living in a way that they can't be tracked, basically. That's why they're coming out with these laws against allowing cities to clear out homeless people, or actually making RV camping in cities and stuff like that completely illegal. There's another agenda here to make sure that we're not able to stay mobile and stay off their radar. And if for example, if I'm doing the show on the road, what are they going to do? They have no idea where I am. They might be able to track me, right, to some parking lot in the back of a Home Depot or something like that. But I'm going to be gone the next day. I could be hundreds of miles away. There's no way to track a nomad. And they hate that. They hate anything that will possibly keep us free. So let's kind of get some opinions on that. What do you think, Dr. Robert? Did you hear any of that?
Yes, yes. I kind of feel the same way you feel. It's just disturbing because I don't know what other alternatives they have. Like, you don't have the resources, you know what I mean, to actually comply, with the law or order, that has been decreed. I mean, you're just kind of helpless. You know what I mean? It's just like shooting fish in a barrel. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
there's no
wrong
way.
class of people we should be picking on, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, there's no way they can take responsibility for that law. And you know what I mean by responsibility, right?
Actually,
Like, you just got to
enforcing
break. No, you just got to break the word apart. Like, responsibility means the ability to respond. So they literally created a law for a group of people who cannot respond, who cannot
it.
take responsibility for their life in such a way where they can adjust to the law to where they don't become victims of it. They're just straight out targets. It's like throwing a lot of people in a club. You know what I mean? Chaining the doors and setting the fucking building on fire.
And these people that like to abuse homeless people, beat them up, set them on fire and stuff like that. And I feel like it's kind of enabling these people that feel like, hey, those homeless people aren't supposed to be there. Maybe I'll go mess with them, or I'll light them on fire, or shoot at them, or you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
and it's not that those. Yeah, I agree with you on that part, but it's not because they're not supposed to be there. That might be the rationale. They just really believe those people aren't human. You know what I mean?
yes.
I mean, they completely dehumanize those individuals. It's no different. Once you dehumanize an individual, effortlessly and without thinking, and we don't lose any sleep whatsoever for swatting a fly, right?
Most people, unless you're a Buddhist.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like Jane is probably, you know what I mean? But basically, we don't feel anything about it, right? We consider that an amoral act, right? That's the purpose of dehumanizing individuals for. You know what I mean? To create like an amoral consciousness, right? Where you see
Sure.
inflicting pain on them as an amoral act, an act that has no moral consequences because they're not human. They don't have souls.
Definitely. We've seen that exact thing many times, whether you're talking about, World War II, saying the Nazis are this and that, or the J word against the Japanese people, or you could look at really far back when the Romans were sacking Carthage, and they were accusing all the people there of doing child sacrifice, which may or may not be true. We have no idea right now if that was propaganda or not, just a way to justify massacring an entire people.
Oh yeah. You have to dehumanize them, man. You have to make it seem like they're not worthy. They're not worthy to live.
Or they're just
You know?
monsters that are just like
Yeah. And you can see it too, man. You can see it too, because let me tell you something. You know who's a good person to kind of like study sometimes? Like one good philosopher, like I really like, and he's a philosopher of language, right? He kind of came with like Bertrand Russell problems, but Wittgenstein, right? And
Mhm.
Wittgenstein kind of makes this argument that like we as human beings really don't have a private consciousness, right? Because we have a language, right? Like we all understand things through language, right? Like we have what they call like a historical linguistic consciousness, right? So basically, like, according to him, like, if you around somebody long enough, you study like the words and language that they use, and you're meticulous about it, over time you could literally read that person's mind
Mm.
just based on what's coming out of their mouth, right? And Jesus talks about this too in the Bible, right? When they come up to Jesus and they go, you know, they accuse his disciples of not respecting like the age-old tradition of ceremonial hand washing, right? And Jesus responds to the Pharisees or Sadducees. He goes, nothing can enter a man and make him unclean. What makes a man unclean is evil words from an evil heart. This is what defiles you, right? So basically, like when you hear people go, those people aren't fit to live. We should just gun them fucking down. They're just fucking nuisances, right? Then you see that's the effect they want. That's the outcome. Because now it's becoming a part of your consciousness. You've literally explicitly stated that these people are not human. Maybe not directly, but indirectly. Just from your tone, your inflection, the words you used, how you characterize them.
Hey,
Just-
have you ever heard of a book called The Lucifer Effect?
yeah,
Yeah.
because I think I suffered that.
Yeah, well, what I'm talking about, right? The school, the college, and they did the experiment where they made like half the kids prison guards and the other half
Yeah,
prisoners, and they were just like
yeah,
it's the same psychological effect. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but
yeah,
the idea that we're going to
yeah.
see ourselves as superior, we have more rights than these people, we can do whatever we want to them. In fact, the system itself, in a way, is encouraging us to oppress or abuse them.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting too. It goes back to that age old saying, man, in a tricky kind of way. Like absolute power corrupts absolutely.
There
You
you
know what I
go.
mean? All it takes is one time. Like say like we're purple and spotted people, right? And purple have more rights over the spotted people, more control. They call all of the resources, right? So one day the purple person sees a pretty spotted young gal, you know what I mean? And you know, he realizes that he's her only source of income and she might be married or something like that. But he has a lot of power. Maybe her husband's in a little trouble too, right? So just one point, she's
Sure.
looking good one day and he just makes a move on her and proposition her. And if he resists, he just reminds her of all the power he has, and how in the eyes of society, You know what I mean? She's nothing but a piece of shit dog, and no one's gonna take her dirty spotted bird over his. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works, dude. You know what I mean? And then, he gets what he wants.
Exactly.
He gets to satisfy his sexual cravings. You know what I mean? By exploiting a weaker, marginalized individual, right? Taking
Yes.
advantage of the oppression and the conditioning that individual was subjected to sexually exploit them.
And that's something that you see in the workplace all the time. And it doesn't always necessarily have to be like sexual harassment either. Just that power dynamic of, hey, I can fire you. I'm more important to this company. I can do.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have more freedom than you.
Yeah.
They'll fire you. They
And that
don't
power
need you.
dynamic
They
goes
need me.
expands even greater than that. Like, say you're one of these marginalized people, right? Like a marginalized male, right? Who like suffers from chronic unemployment, right? Or
Sure. Yeah.
mass incarceration, right? So now it's like, right, like why would you want to marry one? Why would you want to marry one of those fucking guys when they can't even take care of you? You know what I mean? Like, so they get to implant those seeds, even the minds of those people's own women, dude. Like, I mean, it's very demonic in a sense. Like the way it plays out, like those power dynamics and those power imbalances, dude. Like they corrupt. Absolute power
Definitely.
corrupt.
Definitely. Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Robert. Very good points right there. We are getting close to the 2-hour mark. So let's see, who should we go to on the topic of the homeless? Let's see if Brandy has any thoughts on that. Any thoughts on this, on the Supreme Court kind of deciding that cities can clean up homeless people? Do you feel it's a good thing, bad thing? Any opinions or thoughts on that? 3, 2, 1. She must be AFK, which is fine. We will get back to her momentarily. Oh, looks like she lost her connection too. But we will check back with Brandy and see if she has any thoughts on that or whatever else we're talking about at that point. Getting kind of short on time here. Let's talk to Fox Mulder. Any thoughts on the new law?
Yeah,
Homeless.
I mean, basically over here, I mean, what you find is if they typically will clear areas out where they're not supposed to be, but then they pop back up somewhere else. I mean, I don't think you could put a ban on camping or RVs, but you can't put a ban on the people. And if you have no place to place them, they're gonna pop up. It's just like a whack-a-mole, basically. So that's not really. I don't think that's gonna get to the root. I think they need to have housing, but even in that case, they have to adhere to these very strict kind of regulations and probably drug tests, and a lot of them aren't interested. I mean, I've talked to homeless people out in this area, and they don't want anything with conditions. They want to be able to use their drugs, which brings you to the idea of legalizing all drugs. I'm not sure if that's a solution, because I think they've tried that in some places. I specifically, I'm not sure, but I think maybe Canada and some other places. Here, it's basically decriminalized. You just get a citation. But it's such a complex issue. It's so hard to find a solution. But one thing that I can tell is that, these people that are addicted, maybe half of them want treatment, but the other half really don't. They want to have the freedom to get high because they need to, whatever trauma they're going through. That's their coping mechanism. And I feel like I can't really take that away from them. If it was easy to switch over to antidepressant drugs or something, I'm sure later on there might be some more experimental treatments like ketamine or these magnetic resonance or something like that, where maybe they can people have chemical imbalances and things that but until then, I'm not really sure if there is such a great solution. We have a new mayor here in LA, and they have all these campaigns to build housing developments, which I think will be good. But unfortunately, I think a lot of them could turn into pretty much drug dens. So I guess I kind of have to wait and see. I'm rooting for them. As you said, it's kind of us and them. Like they see us as maybe normies, and you try to have, at least in your heart, you try to have compassion for them. But when you're out in the street, it's very dangerous. You're liable to get attacked, and so it's hard. It's hard to kind of merge those things, like your own compassion versus what you're dealing with. But yeah, I hope they come up with something good.
Absolutely. Thank you, Fox Mulder. Very good points there. And I definitely agree with all of those things. I think that most people that are hooked on the fentanyl, they're dealing with probably one of the worst drug addictions, or the worst drug addiction that we've ever seen in this world, in our history. And getting off of that stuff has got to be hard. I remember I could barely quit cigarettes without just freaking out, and just, personality was completely changing for a little while there. Quitting cigarettes is like being possessed by Satan. You will act exactly the same way. Let's sounds like Jen has some strong opinions on this.
Oh, okay. Well, I know I get very argumentative in the private chat, but I think I'm quite agreeable. But I have quit smoking as well, like not recently, a long time ago, and it was extremely difficult, and it was like a demon was living inside me, sort of, because my emotions were so out of control. But you know what? It did even out in about 6 months, so it was really difficult. I had to use the gum. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But I just want to say I relate to you in that way, and I really don't think it's a unique situation with tobacco. I think it's very addictive, and yeah. So
I've heard weird stuff like, oh, if you grow your own tobacco, it won't have the addicting nicotine and the stuff that causes cancer. It won't have the fertilizers in there or the additives, and it's perfectly safe if you grow your own tobacco. You don't know anything about that, do you?
Okay, so yes, I do know a bit about it because I know a lot about herbs and farming and gardening of like medicinal plants. So it is true in a way, but you can just buy American spirits if that's the case. And I did smoke American spirits, and they were just as addictive as
Aren't
the other
those like the $2 packs of cigs you get on the Indian reservation or the Native American reservation?
So there was this other brand that was like a native brand that they sold here, and it was like all natural, like native grown black tobacco, and they were really strong, but they were quite good actually, and no pesticides, no additives, but it's super addictive. I mean, there's multiple compounds. Nicotine's like a chemically complicated herb. It's in the nightshade family. It has a lot of magical and medicinal properties, and so I feel like, so my theory is, and this is not just from me, but it is a fire of Saturn herb, like if you're going to assign it like an alchemical quality. So what it does is it really brings people into their own power, or at least it gives the feeling of being brought into your own power. So people who feel powerless, and I think that if you think about it, I think you may agree that people often use cigarettes as a way to sort of come into themselves, like come into their body in a way. Like they take the time to go and smoke. It's part of like their identity. So I just think it gives that Saturnian quality and the fiery quality of like feeling powerful, because that's what it's used for. Like you burn tobacco to give an offering to the spirits, or you burn tobacco to have power over your enemies. So it's
I can say as far as the identity thing goes, there's a big social factor to that. I remember when I smoked, like the fun thing to do, like you're at work, all of a sudden you get a little break, you go out there with your coworkers, maybe you bum a cigarette off of them if you don't have any, or they bum one off of you, and you sit there and you smoke, and you get that stress relief, and you start to get talkative. It turns into almost like smoking pot, like getting a circle smoking pot. It's not that different. There's like this social sort of thing that's happening there while you're getting the slight change of consciousness from the nicotine or whatever's affecting you.
Yeah, 100%. And so I think that it is a drug, and so you have to really respect it. And tobacco is not really meant to be. It's not really meant to be a commercial product. Like if you're just growing it in your backyard and you roll your own, like that's your business. I'm not against it, but I just think that I mean, like Edward Bernays, like this, like your whole showdown is anti-globalist. So I think the anti-globalist position is saying like, fuck those cigarette corporations, those big pharma. That's why I don't like some of the solutions that were proposed, because I don't want people who are. I don't ascribe to that like oppressed oppressor sort of Fanonian dichotomy, because I think that's very global homo. But I do think that you cannot put marginalized people into these kind of like MK Ultra plus programs, like, and give them ketamine. Ketamine is already like a very widely used. It's not just, I made a joke in the chat that it's a gay party drug, and it is very widely used, but it is also a party drug just in general. So, I mean, I know a lot of people.
I remember back when I was kind of like into the rave scene and stuff
Yes.
like that, they'd call it going into a K-hole. You'd get
Yes.
high on the
Yes.
ketamine. I never did it
Yes.
myself, but I know
never did it either.
it's a disassociative, so it kind of just takes you like out of your mind.
I've heard from people who have experienced it a lot that it makes you feel famous in a way. Like it makes you, the way it was described to me was that you feel like your head is a television and everyone is watching that television. So I think that if you're lacking something in your life, maybe that helps fill some kind of void for attention. But again, anything that is like entheogenic, psychedelic, psychoactive, and this is pharmaceutical as well as plants, that can easily become an MK Ultra, like, or neo MK Ultra situation. I mean, it's just like it is like the history of the last 60 years, since Esalen, since Haight Ashbury, since like Charles Manson. I mean, that is the history. I mean, it's I'm not even the hugest Dave McGowan fan, but Program to Kill, I mean, that is the history.
I think anything that's altering your normal everyday consciousness is going to open up your subconscious for implantation. And there's various degrees. Like obviously, like LSD or stuff that works on your serotonin receptors and all that's gonna give them an ability to imprint onto you. But also just like lighter stuff, like just stuff that makes you maybe a little sleepy. That hypnagogic state of half sleep is when you can do the same stuff and really program somebody, and you don't even have to use drugs. You can use like drum beats, anything that will affect a person's biorhythm or their body chemistry. Will you can use it for, like you said, like mind control, MK Ultra type of programming.
And we know that the CIA was in charge of a lot of the drug, sort of like all of the drugs that sort of became formulated in the 50s, in the 60s, and then became street drugs. And so I also know, just to give the example of Canada, so Aaron Mate, who works for the Gray Zone, his father was in charge of the a safe injection site in Vancouver. So as someone who knows a lot about the situation in Vancouver, and maybe has familial connections, not to people who are there, but to just the general, we'll just say I understand the context. So his father started a safe injection site in 1998. It has literally killed thousands and thousands of people. It has decimated, specifically Indigenous men. And
people are ODing down there?
There's a lot of Native people, tons of Native people in Vancouver. So it has decimated that population. It has almost been like ethnic cleansing, I would say.
Yeah, that's sad, because that's not much different than the polio blankets.
That's the whole thing. So when I hear that proposal of like make drugs legal, there is a serious eugenics issue, like that I can immediately see, put in context, place in contemporary history, that is happening. And so I do think a lot of
let's not forget about the Contra Wars and Freeway Rick Ross bringing the cocaine to the
That's
Black
right.
communities. Yeah.
That's right. So I think that there is a eugenics issue with associated with anything with these great sort of globalist policy solutions, and so I do not think safe injection sites has borne out. Like just like you can look at the statistics, it doesn't work. It creates pockets of the city which are uninhabitable, which are just slums, which are like basically places where people go to die.
I'm
And
pretty
so
sure that was happening in Amsterdam as well.
yes, it was. And they started getting a little stricter with the street usage.
They had to.
So they had to. So the reality is like there's also a social contract whether people choose to believe in it or not. Like if you choose to live in a place, you are socially contracted to at least behave in public, at least to some degree, whether that's legal or not legal. But the drug use is completely antisocial in public. So you have these people who have expensive houses, especially in downtown core areas. Vancouver is one of the it's more expensive than New York. I know everybody loves to cite New York as the most expensive. Vancouver is like the third most expensive city in the world, and it's I think second to London or Hong Kong or one of the other very expensive places. So even a very average house is maybe $5 or $6 million. So
Jesus.
the reality is you are looking at people who are sort of living in these areas adjacent to these drug dens, and so is that socially cohesive? And I would say that's not socially cohesive. So what do you do? Well, I don't know, because I don't think that we have. I think the 12-step program, even though it has a very poor retention rate, now Brandy's better at this because she actually works in mental health, but from my experience is that the the 12-step programs, at least people who want to be there are there, and if you lapse, then at least you can sort of go back and reorient yourself. It's kind of a third G in a way, and in the guy who invented it was very into new thought and probably theosophy a little bit. So there is like a theurgical element in that of like reforging yourself from past mistakes. So I can't really fault 12-step for or Narcanon or whatever. Like I think that seems to be something that people work as like a system. They even call it working the system. So I mean that seems to work in a way. Poor retention, but addiction is a very difficult thing to overcome. Now I've never really been addicted to anything except for cigarettes. So I don't take any pharmaceuticals. I don't drink. Except for pot, I live a very clean life.
Yeah, and
But
it's real easy to quit pot too. Like, you might be a little aggravated for a couple days, but then that's it. You're fine.
exactly. So I don't know. I don't know, Dan. It's such a complicated thing because you're right. Like the fentanyl is the worst sort of social addiction that we have seen since opium. And it is important to point out that like a third of China was addicted to opium during the 1840s till the 1870s.
Yeah, that's a great point because they were literally like I believe if I have this correct, they were taking the opium from China and then selling it back to the Chinese. Is that right? Or was it coming from Afghanistan or something? I'm not sure about that.
So, so everybody, you and I discussed this on one show. I'm forgetting which one, but the Golden Triangle and how that was a opium poppy growing area. Which is, so if people are thinking of what the Golden Triangle is, it's Thailand, part of Laos, part of Cambodia, part of Burma. So it's this, and part of China in Yunnan. But so they had this Golden Triangle was around for quite a few hundred years, and so that is sort of the OG opium growing place, aside from other places in India. Now, Afghanistan was still part of India at like
Oh.
during the opium wars.
So that's why it's called the golden you say golden triangle or golden circle?
Yeah, they call it the Golden Triangle.
Gotcha. Because they're growing opium there.
Yes, and so in my opinion, so it's just my opinion, but I think that a lot of the sort of truth researchers agree with me is that the Vietnam War was really about repartitioning how much each country was going to receive, like how much profit everybody was supposed to get. And interestingly enough, Daniel Ellsberg, the guy who was famous for leaking the Watergate Pentagon Papers or whatever, Daniel Ellsberg, He was in Vietnam doing something with the Golden Triangle, running drugs, boys, and I mean that's
You say boys?
yes.
Like pedo shit?
I don't know what it was, but it seems very strange. It seems like there was some kind of maybe it was about girls, or I don't know, but the implication was that it was boys and that it was something very nefarious. So he was there, top secret, still classified. People have made this implication that he was involved with negotiations with China or Burma, and to negotiate a bigger slice of the pie for
Does
the
this
U.S.
sound familiar? There was someone says there was also the KGC Knights of the Golden Circle.
That's Ku Klux Klan, but that's Ku Klux Klan not to do with Vietnam. Knights
Todd
of the
probably
Golden
knows
Circle.
more about this than I do.
Yeah, oh yeah, totally. I was going to say on that subject, in like 1988, 84, not sure which one, 88, Bo Greitz was running for president. Bo Greitz was he was a highly decorated veteran of war that was hired by the guy that ran for president, Ross Perot, to go to Vietnam and see if there was prisoners of war still held in captivity. So he used his skills to go back into Vietnam, and he finds out that there's not only prisoners of war back there, but that's where all the heroin's coming from. And he started his career, Bo Greitz, explaining how he discovered that there was this giant hair industry from Vietnam to the United States. Once he discovered this, the State Department put him under a don't let him come into the United States, because he did an interview with the leader of, his name was Kun Sa, that was the head of the Golden Triangle that was producing all the opium that was coming out of that area. And that's when they tried to stop him from getting into the country. And he told this whole story when he was running for president. He said, I'm trying to stop this back then. And of course, he's been smeared today as a right-wing, those right-wing. There's a lot of suspicious stuff going on with the right wing. And I know people here kind of understand that right-wing history is just as suspicious as the left-wing history is.
Well, I was gonna say, one of the that guy you were talking about in the triangle there,
Bo Greitz, or General Kun Sa.
Yeah, the general. He told Bo Greitz that he wished that they could have farms of food and stuff.
He wished they wouldn't make him produce the opium. Yeah.
Well, no,
I saw it on video.
Well, no,
he made a video. Bo Greitz made a video talking to Kun Sa, and he said, your government is the whole reason we're producing this stuff. They won't let us change our trade.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
They were making sure. And so Bo Greitz makes it back to the United States. It's the most incredible part of the story. When he first goes there, he has to go on a yak. It takes him 3 days over this hazardous mountain range. The first time he goes. When he goes back the second time, like 5 years later, the United States built a 5-lane highway going right to the center of the heroin so they could drive it out in dump trucks.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of carry it over yaks over mountain ranges. The United States made sure and built a 5-lane highway so they could have dump trucks carrying the shit out of there and back to the United States as fast as they get.
Isn't it?
I do apologize. I had a little accident here. My chair, which I brought up at the beginning of the show, that is shit, it's going out. It just went out like the rest of the way. I just kind of like fell on the floor. So I need to address the situation. And sorry to cut you off, Todd, but need to kind of go on break. Let's see. Dr. Robert, are you there?
Yes.
Are you ready to go down the rabbit hole?
Yeah, so let's go, man. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
Hello, everyone. Dr. Robert here. As always, I'd like to begin with a little prayer. This prayer is to Ogun for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Great Ogun, mighty Orisha of iron and war, we call upon you in this hour of need. You forged the path of righteousness and justice with your fierce spirit and unyielding strength. You are the protector of warriors, the guardian of those who fight for truth and freedom. As we gather in your sacred presence, we petition you on behalf of our fearless leader, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She stands at the forefront of the battle for justice, wielding the sword of truth and the shield of integrity. Mighty Ogun, we ask you to imbue her with your indomitable spirit and fortify her with your courage and resilience. In the depths of the night, when shadows loom and the world's weight feels heavy, let her feel your presence beside her, like the steady rhythm of a drumbeat in her soul. Let your strength flow through her veins, giving her the power to overcome every obstacle and face every adversary with unwavering resolve. Ogun, you who clear the paths with your iron will, blaze a trail for Alexandria through the tangled woods of opposition and deceit. Cut through the thorns of malice and ignorance, and light her way with the fire of your truth. As she speaks, let her words carry the weight of your wisdom, vision's clarity, and heart's passion. We call upon the winds of change to carry your voice far and wide, resonate in the hearts of those seeking justice, inspire the weary and rally the brave. Let her stand tall, unbowed, unbroken, a beacon of hope and determination in these tumultuous times. Mighty Ogun, we trust in your power and your protection. Shield her from harm, guide her steps, and grant her victory in this noble fight. For she battles not just for herself, but for the souls of the oppressed, the dreams of the marginalized, and our children's future. With gratitude and reverence, my uncle, we offer this prayer to you, Ogun. May your strength be hers, your courage fuel her spirit, and justice prevail. Ashe. Welcome, dear listeners, to another gripping episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, a riveting segment of the enigmatic In the Days radio show. In the shadows of history, whispers echo with secrets, and the known world merely scratches the surface of an ocean teeming with mystery. As usual, we dive headfirst into the murky waters of covert operations and hidden alliances, unearthing the chilling possibility of a secretive, right-wing Nazi cabal lurking within the corridors of American power. Prepare to challenge everything you fucking think you know and question the very fabric of reality as we journey deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown. In our last episode, we ventured into the surreal realm of the unexplainable, examining phenomenon such as the intimidating man in black and bizarre plane crashes that defy logic. We navigated through tales of government cover-ups and eerie coincidences that challenged our understanding of reality. Today, we delve into the eerie undercurrents of romantic literature and its modern-day manifestations. We explore how fragments of diary entries, letters, and unfinished works weave a tapestry of the macabre. This episode examines the transformation of Western literature and philosophy in response to the stark realities of Hiroshima and the Holocaust, tracing the evolution of existential dread through the 20th century. We also investigate the intersection of reality and entertainment, the psychological underpinnings of horror, and the resurgence of a new romanticism in journalism, where investigative reporters like Jim Mars, Howard Bloom, and Jim Haugen navigate the labyrinth of cults, conspiracies, and hidden truths. Dun, dun, dun. So let your curiosity guide you, dear listeners, as we venture further down the rabbit hole, where reality blurs and the extraordinary awaits. Ready to see the world through a different lens, where the impossible becomes possible and hidden truths come to light. We sincerely hope that the audience of In the Days Radio will enjoy and appreciate this episode, aptly titled The Brotherhood of the Macabre. Imagine the eerie stillness of a moonlit night where shadows dance across the pages of history, whispering tales of mystery and darkness. Today, we explore George Steiner's mesmerizing study, Antigones, which introduces us to the haunting concept of Sam Paranecromioi, brothers in death, companions in live burial, a brotherhood steeped in sepulchre and the macabre. This shadowy brotherhood includes Baudelaire, Coleridge, novelists Nietzsche, and Kierkegaard. Their literary fragments, diary entries, letters, unfinished lectures, and aphorisms serve as cryptic clues, pieces of a dark puzzle scattered across the landscape of human experience. Ooh. These fragments echo a fascination with death and the supernatural, not in their uplifting forms, but in their most morbid, spine-chilling aspects. The Romantic era, a last bastion of literary arrogance, stood defiantly before the dawn of technology and the cold, calculating grip of the technological sciences. The horrific reality of Hiroshima, the instantaneous destruction of entire populations by a single bomb, shattered any lingering illusions. The full horrors of the Holocaust further stripped away the innocence of the world, revealing the depths of human depravity and destruction. This brutal awakening thrust Western literature and philosophy into a state of existential dread, grappling with the specter of mutually assured destruction, where death was measured in megatons, rads in first strikes. Is the world reeled from these revelations? The 1940s gave way to the tumultuous 1950s and 60s. The drug culture took Western civilization on a hallucinatory detour, blending love, death, hope, and despair into a kaleidoscopic mural amid Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, African revolutions, and Latin American coup d'etats. Reality itself morphed into a circus of the bizarre during the Watergate scandal, revealing a web of deceit and corruption that the American public can scarcely comprehend. Entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, became a reality, and reality transformed into entertainment. Shows like Cops and tabloid news programs like Current Affairs blurred the lines between fiction and truth. The Falkland Wars introduced Nightline, which featured live television broadcasts of real-time arguments between Argentine and British officials. Reality TV shows like Survivor and Combat Mission further dissolved the boundaries between the real and the fabricated. As psychology offered a credible means to explore the horror within, the diseased brain became a new metaphor for evil. The character of Norman Bates in Psycho, inspired by the real-life serial killer Ed Gein, exemplified this shift. Our political assassins, too, were all deemed crazy, their actions dismissed as the product of deranged minds. Romanticism may be relegated to the dusty corners of English literature courses, but a new romanticism is emerging, weaving together the fragmentary and the factual. Norman Mailer's The Executioner Song, subtitled a nonfiction novel, captures this essence, an accumulation of evidence transformed into brilliant and breathtaking narrative. Groovy, fucking groovy, man. This new form of literature blurs the line between novelistic and historical, demanding that we tell stories to make sense of events. Journalists like Jim Marrs, Howard Bloom, and Jim Hougan amplify this new brotherhood. Marrs, known for Crossfire, delved into the Kennedy assassination, UFOs and conspiracy theories, risking his reputation to uncover hidden truths. Blum's investigative work on Nazi war criminals, the mafia, and UFOs challenged the boundaries of serious journalism. Haugen's exposés of private intelligence agents and conspiracy theories further illustrates the complex interplay between fact and fiction. As we ponder the implications of their work, we must ask ourselves, what drives the best and brightest investigative journalists into the labyrinth of cults, conspiracies, and alien contacts? Are they uncovering truths that elude conventional understanding, or are they lost in a maze of their own fucking creation? As our journey through the rabbit hole nears, the cast of In the Days Radio would like the dear listeners to ponder the following questions. 1. How does the concept of sim para necromenoi reflect the broader themes of romantic literature? In what ways did the advent of technology and the horrors of the Holocaust in Hiroshima alter the course of Western literature and philosophy? 3. How did the drug culture and political scandals of the 60s and 70s transform the perception of reality in American society? What are the implications of blending entertainment and reality in modern media? How does the new romanticism in journalism challenge the boundaries between fiction and fact? What drives investigative journalists like Jim Mars, Howard Bloom, and Jim Haugen to explore the fringes of reality? And immediately after this segment, I'll be leaving because I have to pick up a friend, but I want to leave you guys with something very important. And I call this a parable of united future. And it won't be long, it'll be a few seconds. In a land where the sun rose high and cast its golden light on fields of diverse and vibrant communities, a realm fraught with divisions existed. The people, through sharing the same soil and sky, were separated by walls of distrust, fueled by those who would spread lies, hatred, and misinformation. In each village, there were voices of discord, whispering venomous words that sowed seeds of enmity among the people. These voices thrived on fear and ignorance, turning neighbor against neighbor and kindling the fires of prejudice and misunderstanding. One day, a wise elder gathered representatives from all corners of the land. We must unite, the elder proclaimed, for our future depends on the strength of our unity and the purity of our hearts. It's time to cast out the voices that seek to divide us and embrace the power of love, truth, and solidarity. The people listened, their hearts heavy with the weight of past grievances, but also light with the hope of brighter tomorrow. They agreed to come together to rid their communities of the purveyors of hatred and lies, and to build a new society based on mutual respect and understanding. With determination and courage, they began their quest. The people stood side by side, facing the bearers of falsehood and bigotry. They spoke the truth loud and clear with each word. The walls of division began to crumble. The voices of hatred were silenced, not by force, but by the overwhelming power of unity and the unyielding commitment to justice and equality. As the barriers fell, the land transformed. The fields that once lay barren and desolate blossomed with life and color. Children of all races and backgrounds played together, their laughter a melody of harmony and joy. The elders shared stories of wisdom and tradition, enriching the minds of the young and preserving the heritage of their diverse cultures. The people, now united, worked hand in hand to build a multi-racial democracy. They celebrated their differences, recognizing that it was their unique contributions that made their society vibrant and strong. The governance of their land became a model of inclusivity and fairness, where every voice was heard and every individual was valued. In this new era, the realm flourished. Trade, knowledge flowed freely, and innovation thrived. As minds from all backgrounds collaborated in the spirit of progress, festivals and gatherings became celebrations of unity, where the rich tapestry of culture was displayed in dazzling array of music, dance, and art. The lands once divided now stood as a beacon of hope for all. It was a place where dreams were realized, and the collective will of a united people shaped the future. The beauty of their multiracial democracy shone bright, a testament to what could be achieved when humanity cast aside the shadows of hatred and embraced the light of love and truth. And so, the parade of the united future spread far and wide, inspiring other lands to follow suit. It became a timeless tale of the power of unity, the triumph of truth over falsehood, and the enduring strength of a community bound by love and respect. I say, White Rabbit Skill Squad, hootie hoo, join us next time. Same rabbit ass channel, same rabbit ass time.
Welcome back to the end of days. I'm your host, Daniel, the unafraid one, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City. Glad to be back. Excellent episode of Down the Rabbit Hole. Let's see here. What are we going to do next? I don't know if you guys have seen I don't know if you have seen the trailer for that new movie Longlegs. It's really disturbing. I did send it to some people. Definitely some heavily demonic stuff. Some really creepy sort of satanic imagery. In fact, there's even a point I noticed in the trailer where they have a book open, and in the book there's an actual sigil of Lucifer, or the sigil of Lucifer, just sitting right there. And I happen to know for a fact, when you take this particular sigil and you put it out there on social media or anywhere that a lot of eyes can see it, that weird things tend to happen. That magic starts to unfold. So the fact that they are flashing the sigil and at the same time creating this horrifying, traumatizing effect on viewers really has me wondering what's going on there. Are these movies demonically influenced, or are they just kind of trying to shock and be controversial? It definitely is one of the scariest movie trailers I've seen in a long time. And it takes a lot to scare me because I'm somebody that has had real paranormal experiences, real genuine, like demonic, ghostly experiences. So I typically laugh at movies, but this one got to me a little bit. Todd, did you ever watch the trailer for Longlegs?
Oh man, I watched that trailer. That's pretty spooky. It's like some of the spookiest movie trailers I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't really seen anything like that in a while. Are you gonna watch it?
Oh yeah, because we watch everything as soon as it comes out. Me and my wife, scary movies especially. My wife doesn't like Lovecraft movies because most of them suck, you know. My wife's like, not another Lovecraft movie, so I can't even get her to watch those. But spooky movies or scary movies, we're totally up on all those.
I played a Call of Cthulhu video game on the PS4, and I was surprised that it was actually kind of decent.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of a mystery game.
On the new PSA, what's the game?
Well, it was called the Call of Cthulhu. It was on the PlayStation 4. I think it's on PC, computers too. And you just kind of play this investigator. He goes into this town where they talk about this crazy like dead well that washed up.
Is this new? Is this like real new or recent, or the game?
Not real super new. I would say probably
how old?
5-7 years ago.
5-7 years ago, got ya. But the graphics are cool. The story's cool. What?
Yeah, I mean the graphics were good. The story was definitely better than expected. It kind of had one of those alternate choice sort of endings, which was fun. And
really?
Yeah, just decent game. And there's not just that. There's a lot of tabletop Lovecraft games. There was
I've watched these Lovecraft games for a number of years now. You know.
Yeah, those are quite popular, actually.
There was the Illuminati card game back in the 90s, you know, that Steve Jackson game.
Yeah, that was a big one. People still talk about that one.
That was a physical game. And then there's been all these video games. Lovecraft got introduced through a lot of video games over the years. There's been quite a few Lovecraft video
Yeah.
games, you know.
It's a great medium to tell those stories, because everybody loves a good mystery, and if you could do that in the form of a game, it can be a lot of fun. And then
Lovecraft left it wide open too, where anybody could join him. He said, "Rob all my stories and make your own creations." You know,
anytime at all where you have a world, a mythos, there's a lot you can do with it, because it's not easy. I was telling this to a friend of mine that was kind of interested in writing stories, and I was trying to explain to him, you can literally write yourself into a hole. You can write yourself into a corner. It takes a lot to actually create a world, to create a mythos. You can't write yourself into a corner. You have to leave things open enough that other stories can be told that you're creating.
Yeah. Well, that's what magicians try to do. I've said this over the years, Daniel. Magicians try to expand the number of options they have for their future. That's one way of putting it. Do you know what I mean? Anything that limits their options, that's working against them. Magicians are trying to expand the number of options they have. Usually open them up, that are in a positive direction. Like Doctor Strange does that, right? Kind of in the movies.
Yeah, someone who
tries
knows
to create a future that can step over the next dimension slightly.
He says, I have a copy of the Principia Discordia book where the foreword is written by Steve Jackson. Are you familiar with that?
Oh yeah. Principia Discordia was the Carrie Thornley, Robert Anton Wilson Discordian Society. You're familiar with that?
Well,
Daniel?
Discord basically means chaos, doesn't it?
Well, Discord is just Discord. It's like a note. It's a way to describe like a note out of tune, possibly, right?
That's interesting.
I could be mistaken, but something like that. But no, the Discordian Society started in the. It was funny. Carrie Thornley was one of the founders of it, and he copied the Discordian Bible on the guy that was investigating the Kennedy assassination, Jim Garrison's copy machine. Because
Discord
his girlfriend,
like you said, real quick, a lack of harmony between notes sounding together, also a disagreement between people.
Right. Both those. But the guy that founded the Discordian Society copied the Bible on Jim Garrison's copying machine because his girlfriend was a clerk or something in Jim Garrison's office that was investigating the Kennedy assassination, which is a whole fucking bizarre rabbit hole on itself, right?
Definitely.
The Discordians are they're the counterculture from the 60s. They're like the cutting edge Robert Anton Wilson, Timothy Leary, John Lilly.
Started as the Beatnik Revolution, and then the Beatniks were kind of like subverted by the CIA-sponsored hippie movement.
Well, the CIA sponsored. They're for LSD when it's can be used for mind control, but once they realize it's expanding people's minds and getting out of their control, they have to illegalize it, right? Make it illegal. Oh, goddamn, this thing could get out of control. People could expand their minds. If you've ever read any books like by John C. Lilly, and I know you've read stuff on them. Daniel,
I believe it's called. I believe it's called The Mind of the Dolphin. Something
Mind
like that.
of the Dolphin, right? That movie with George C. Scott was based on that book. John C. Lilly was talking to dolphins, doing LSD. You said making love to him, Daniel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
I don't know where you got that from.
One thing that's fascinating about that book is he goes into the idea that we humans, we have vocal cords and we could speak, but with dolphins, it's like they have two vocal cords next to each other that they could either push or pull through. So they have at least four times the amount of sounds that we can produce. So their vocal range is just on a whole different level.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they can also
he
use
was getting into this stuff, and he was telling the government, man, they're so much smarter than you realize. His book is like, I was trying to tell the government, you're fucked up. The dolphins are telling us what's real, man. You know, John C. Lilly was arguing for dolphins and for expanding consciousness and looking deeper into the connections in our mind. The government was against that. So incredible stuff if you can ever go back and read that shit.
Timothy Weil of the Process Church also did a bunch of dolphin research in print. I believe that's probably the guy that was having sex with them if he's connected to the Process Church.
Not John C. Lilly,
Yeah, moan for me, baby. I'll give you another fish.
That's where mermen come from now.
I was watching that South Park where I think it's Stan's dad, Randy. He's like, he goes to a musical, and then there's all this like subliminal language in there telling the women to give their husbands blowjobs, and it turns out like all musicals have that going on. And then he started to come up with his own musical all about blowjobs. I found that interesting. Subliminal.
Sounds like South Park.
Subtext.
Man, there's a few things I got to interject before this goes much further here. Presidential debates, you kind of went through that, Daniel. We got a couple things here. Joe Biden's mouth hanging down, doing that look, you know, or that kind of worked against him. Too bad Jamie Hansen didn't come on here. Would love to talk to her.
She's coming. She will be here on July 19th at 4 p.m. PST, 7 p.m. EST, and we'll be on camera. So we got her. She's coming on. If she would have come on today, she would not have been able to get on camera, which is a complete waste. Why have such a beautiful, intelligent lady on and not have her on camera?
She's so beautiful. I just went and looked her up after I heard you were putting her on, you know, coming on here. She is beautiful. Wow. Stunning. Anyways, she could have put to rest, though, the rumors that Clint Aestwood is actually Jay Dyer. You know, so I'm glad she came back on. She can put these rumors to rest.
Wait, what Jay Dyer actually does, he has an alternate personality, so he can come on this show without getting in trouble with Alex Jones.
Right.
Technically, I dropped the Clint Eastwood motif, and I'm just back to third world.
Oh, he's
just
no
back
longer
to third world. I know you can't drop Clint Eastwood. We will forever know and love you as Clint Eastwood.
Third, like he's 3CPO or something. Third one. You're third. You still there, bro?
Third. That means there's two there, you know.
Fourth, the fifth.
I gotta go on. Your last guest, Brandy. I loved Brandy. Man, I love Brandy's point of view on stuff. I think you're incredible, Brandy. I want you to keep tuning in here and giving us your opinion on stuff.
Hopefully she keeps hopping on with us. I definitely enjoy having her on. I think she vibes with us pretty good.
Yeah, I like that. Her interview was incredible. Like I was sitting there listening to that going, wow, incredible. Wow. Anyways, I heard, and this is something I heard, I don't know if it's true. Joe Biden's wife's brother is owner of Dominion voting machines. So somebody out in the audience, please, go check it out and see if that's true or not. Joe Biden's or Bo Biden's wife's brother owns Dominion voting machines. If that's true, it's the whole topic.
They don't need any of this stuff. All they need is an app that has good security on it, and everybody just punches into the app on the same day, and they vote, and the results get collected, and it's all open source, so anybody can.
And Big Brother tells you who won. Sounds perfectly fair.
But see, then you can't have an electoral college. You can't have all this fucking
Martin Zuckerberg tells you who won. Sounds perfectly fair.
Exactly. You can't fuck with people if you have transparency. Fucking with people requires secrecy.
To Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert wanted to be clear on what his political associations were and all this, who he does and doesn't support. I'm with Dr. Robert. I don't support Democrats or Republicans. So if you think that I'm a Republican or a Democrat, you're mistaken. I've taught you over the years, Daniel, and I'm more libertarian minded.
Yes.
I was a libertarian candidate years ago.
I'm a monarchist. I believe that America should have a king, like it once did in the days of Amaracus, a big feathered, headdress, the king of America, and he should carry a long spear and ride a
Not
horse.
a Phrygian cap. Not a
Well, there was.
Phrygian
Hold on, there
cap.
was the king. He was Elvis, the king of America.
We already had our king of. You're right. You're right.
Who would be the king now? Like maybe Rock?
Okay.
I say it's the Rock.
Well, they don't want king.
Rothschild.
They're not.
Oh hell no!
That's why they're putting Biden out there. He's the symbol of the dying king. He's the dead king. No,
he's the king that's like on the throne rotting.
King of the zombies, yeah.
Until the knights come with the Holy Grail, and they'll like have him sip from it, and then he'll turn back into a young pedo.
And my sword as I die. Oh. Go away, please.
Ironically, though,
go away.
Ironically, though, that's like what all that life extension stuff is really about. Is just the royalty using these secrets to live like way longer than they should.
I think they're putting Joe Biden in your face just to make fun of how stupid you would be to be ruled by this kind of thing.
Imagine the dolphins; they're just laughing at us. These humans are so stupid. Look at their leader.
They're like, look at these stupid humans. Gonna kill us all.
They're being led by a corpse.
Happily. No, they won't kill us all. They won't bring they're driving us towards the end of the world, the Armageddon thing. They would love to have that happen. They're driving us there. But they won't let that happen because they want to rule over the whole earth and they want it for themselves. So they're going to herd everybody into bins and find out who they are so they can get rid of them and manipulate them. Daniel, take control of all this crap.
Oh yeah, all that FEMA camp stuff is real, and I would say that.
That's what I was going to say about the 10 FEMA camp sections of the United States. Those are exactly the same divisions as the 10 Jesuit sections, and that the possibility of a Holocaust or a mass starvation, because the French Revolution, there was a Holocaust that nobody talks about, where millions and millions of people were murdered by the revolutionaries who, after the end of the French Revolution, they raised the red flag of the Illuminists, just like Nazi Germany and Russia and China. It's very scary stuff.
Well, they do mass exterminations of people all the time. They did it during all the communist takeovers in Russia and China and Vietnam and Thailand and
like I've been kind of trying to just between me and you guys, I'm toning some stuff down. Like I decided I want to take away anything that's like possibly preventing any certain groups of people from like getting into the show. I'm cutting down on like I'm going to be a little bit more impartial with the whole Israel thing, regardless of how I personally feel. And then other stuff like the rainbow shit. Like I don't want to like, come down on gay people. I want them to listen to my show just like everybody else. And then, just stuff like that.
Totally.
Or like the black magic thing. I'm kind of tapering off of that stuff. I mean, it really hasn't done me a whole lot of good.
You're not having EA quitting on soon?
Probably not anytime soon. I still have them on.
No time soon.
Just because I have them on doesn't mean I have to subscribe to his whole program. I could have them on without summoning the devil. But
I hear you.
And circling back to this, like the reason I'm bringing this up.
Are we doing any of that? Are we too far into that? Is Jin the Ninja?
No.
Black magic. No,
I'll still have people that are into black magic as guests. I'm just saying, me personally, I'm not really gonna fuck with that stuff anymore. It's like heroin. It's so addicting And once you get into it, it's so hard to pull yourself out of it. Like all I have to do is hear a certain song or look at a certain picture or hear people
And
talk about it.
she's buying a stairway to
Heaven. But anyway, the stuff with the Palestinians, right? Like I'm on the Palestinian side, right? But the thing is, like, most of them aren't even really from there. They're from Jordan, Lebanon, Syria. They moved into the area just like the so-called Jews did. Like, they're not really from that area either. They're from Europe. So you have two groups of people that are being placed there to basically beat the shit out of each other. And ironically, the people that are from that area, the Uyghurs, are up in China getting genocided and exterminated while this is going on in the Middle East.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Albert Pike's letter between him and Giuseppe Mazzini, I do believe it's real, and that they were both those Palestinians and the Jewish people were put there to destroy each other.
If they blow that place apart and then send all the immigrants over here, Daniel, and take over fucking 300 million more, 4 or 5 million more voters, I'm out. You know, I'm all about humanitarian crisis, but let's not create them and then bring them all over here and put them on our social welfare system that's just dying. What our people before us put up for us, man, that's going to be gone.
Well, we can always print more money. No matter how bad things get, we can
print more money, give it to legal aliens.
And then a piece of bread will cost about $50. A condom will cost
Bring the whole world here. That's why there's so many people sleeping in the parks right now. It's just can't afford.
I'm gonna have to start making my own condoms out of old bananas.
Your own condoms. Make them out of goat bladders. Yeah.
The latex gloves. Like, you have 5
condoms are made out of goat bladder.
Each finger of the latex glove is its own condom.
There you go.
That's a cheap way to do it.
Yeah, there'll be lots of residue when the world falls apart. You know, there'll be all these cheap product shit you can build stuff from, like MacGyver.
I only have sex through a hole in a sheet, and I use a rubber glove as a condom.
Sheet.
I don't like that face-to-face stuff. It's awkward.
There you go.
I do it the holy way.
So there's a few other things, man, before this goes on. I have to get these in because if I don't, I'll forget. Love Brandy. Thank you, Brandy, for coming on. That was a great show last week.
Brandy Renee.
Oh, Brandy Renee, come back, man. I like your opinion. Dr. Robert, I don't disagree, I don't disagree with you. I mean, I don't like Republicans or Democrats. Don't think I'm Republican or Democrat, right? I hope he doesn't, because I'm not. But I do like Trump, and I think he's not part of their cabal, part of their secret societies. I don't think he laid in a coffin with skull and bones. And
he almost had me back on the Trump train yesterday. I was like, yeah, Trump's whooping his ass. Listen to that. He's aware.
Okay, at least the Democrats are honest, though. So I respect the Democrats because they're not like Republicans, phony, pretending to be all holier than thou.
Are you saying that backwards?
The what?
Are you saying that backwards? You said the Republicans aren't being or the Democrats aren't being phony, they're being honest?
No, I respect the Democrats because they're honest about who they are and what they want. They're not fucking around. They tell you what they want, and they're doing it.
They want kids?
Republicans cower and,
pizza,
we're not going to do anything. Oh, let's not do anything. Oh, they're disgusting. Republicans are disgusting. But anyways, before I get much further, Subconscious Realms. If you enjoy my conversations with Daniel, if you like what Subconscious Realms is about, I went on there with General Lee twice now. And the second interview I was on with Robbie Marks. I appreciate him coming on. I love Robbie Marks. And go check that out. I try to just send all my stuff back to you, Daniel, because I wouldn't even be on there if it wasn't for your show. And that was pretty cool. I just wanted everybody to know there's 2 interviews on Subconscious Realms I did. Don't hold it against me if you don't like it. I did what I could.
I love the
what
first
part. There, Clint?
I have not watched the second
Samuel
part
Adams.
yet. Well,
Samuel Adams beers. You're doing like constitutional beers. Yeah, the second one just dropped yesterday. I sure appreciate General Lee, man. He's cool as fuck. General Lee, you go, sir, go. Keep putting out good programs. Anyways, we're gonna go on Clint's show later, so shout out to Clint Eastwood show.
he's just the third world assassin now.
Oh, just third world.
He's the third.
Just trying
Third
to drop
nine.
all.
Third world assassin.
And I guess that's the last. That's the last thing I wanted to say. I mean, I loved all that. It was the last thing I wanted to say. And then I guess World War III. You know, there was talk about World War III earlier. Look at these son of a bitches putting us on the verge of World War III. They don't even tell you where the clock's at right now because we're 1 second to midnight on the doomsday clock. We're 1 second to midnight to kill the unborn in the womb.
I think that we are in. I believe that we are in the end times or time of revelations. I mean, the thing that clinches the debate for me is the fact that we've lost so many species. There's so many species dying out every day, or they're endangered, and people hit me back with the most dumbest arguments. They'll say like, "Well, that's natural for species to go extinct." And then my retort to that is, "Well, where are we going to get new ones from? There's no new species being created. Like, Anki isn't down here like creating creatures in his lab. Nothing's going on like that. We're not going to get anything back. We're fucked. Period.
Are you
Stop
sure?
polluting the oceans. Stop polluting the oceans. Stop polluting the sky. Stop introducing species where they shouldn't be. Stop encroaching on animal territories and habitats. Stop.
Yeah,
chopping down trees.
Well, it's like the secret
Why don't you
societies
leave the
for
animals alone? Leave the fish alone. You know, the fish are dying from all your noise they're producing.
it's like in the Lord of the
oceans.
Rings,
Just leave the fish
where
alone.
well, Lord of the Rings, it's like the division of the philosophers of fire or the artificers of metal, and the philosophers of water, the artificers of ideas. And it's like where the orcs in Lord of the Rings were the philosophers of fire, and that they were all their land was all pillaged and turned into trash, you know, and like well,
Whoever these people are, they seem to just want to torture man. Whoever they are that's running this place.
Absolutely. And guys, sorry, hold that thought. I'm going to bring you back up in like 5 seconds. But just wanted to introduce another news story, if you want to call that this a news story. So Robert Kiyosaki, the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, he's like a big financial guy. He has a podcast. A lot of people look to him for financial advice. He has predicted the last big economic downturn, the last major economic crash. And he is predicting that we are on the verge of another one of these huge economic downturns / crashes. And a lot of it has to do with the housing industry, the amount of inventory currently on the market, the interest rates, the amount that you will have to pay in interest when you get a loan for a house, the prices, especially since the big 2020 year, they've done nothing but go up. But that's because the housing market is being propped up, but it can't stay propped up forever, and things are about to massively slide, which is going to hurt all of us, because once that happens, the economy just basically turns to crap. So just going to bring you guys back up here. Todd, any thoughts on the next Great Depression?
These you know what, we won't call them by name. They like to just rig everything. They create the booms, the busts. They're making big booms and big busts lately with their mandates and their doctrines and all this stuff. I can't wait to see what happens to the election. The election is what's going to be pinging the economy. Boy, if Joe Biden gets elected, it'll just drop right in the hole. Probably go into World War III. My prediction. Trump, he'll stop it immediately. And if that's just my opinion. That won't go on any further. And that's just my opinion on that. Why? Because he won't put up with Russia. He won't put up with Russia fighting Ukraine. He's not going about it. The reason they're doing it like they're doing it right now is because that money is coming back from Ukraine, and Ukraine is a big giant money hole that they launder money into. The war can't be won, won't be won. It's a big money hole. I don't know how to explain it.
What do
They're
you think?
using it to.
What do you think about the?
I was opening a beer. I'm also simultaneously having a beer with my friend here. But anyways, so the whole thing.
Did you hear a word we said?
Yeah, I was listening.
Okay.
The whole thing. I mean, really, the only important matters I would say is definitely the most important, which is the border, securing the border, and then the international tariffs on China, because China, it's like Bo Jiden was saying, oh, we can't cut trade with them because then we'll have to pay more for something, but he doesn't realize that if we stop trade with China, that it would create, we would start using our own raw materials and then creating industry of our own, because the goal of the communists was to destroy America from having any raw material industries, and that so they took away our means of production totally, and now we're relying on all these Chinese imports, and the Chinese are getting zero tariffs because they're communists, and the communists always help the communists out because they're fellow travelers, and fucking so they're sitting there destroying the middle class by importing all these products from China, and that they're creating the division between the poor and the rich more and more, and it's the same goals as the British Israelists, to pit the poor against the rich, to fucking create the synthesis, because this whole model of the communist system is the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie, and that this language that they've created puts people under a spell that the world works in this circular logic way that they put all on paper in the Communist Manifesto, and that real capitalism, quote unquote, doesn't happen as a cut and dry thing. It's a system where different industries progress more and more into better products. But when we're under communism and everybody makes the same shit, all these companies pretend to be different companies and shit, and they fucking create all the same products. The product doesn't evolve and nothing gets better. It's all just garbage, and fucking these computers and everything we buy, these phones and shit, all made by the same companies, divided into a million hairs to make itself look like it's a separate company. Like same way with the foods, the fake organic bullshit that fucking these companies like Kellogg's and these huge companies, Nestle, they'll make their product look like it's some hole in the wall type, cookie or shit, and fucking, but it's really just you're buying Nestle and you don't even know it. And fucking that's communism. Nestle makes everything. Kraft, all these companies owned by Disney, the industrial military complex, and fucking basically, if I were to use hood terms, we're getting mad game ran on us by fucking hustlers, and fucking they're hustling so hard off this communism, they're fucking making mad loot, like straight up.
And also, this thing's super spooky. It's not what you would expect. You know how how the movie always has the bad guy and the villain doing the same thing, what you would expect, what the villain would do. These guys they're the villain, but they're doing what you don't expect. So it's really weird what's going on here as we go down.
Any thoughts on a possible economic downturn, Fox Mulder? Are you there? Okay, there he is.
Paging Agent Mulder.
Agent Mulder.
Where's Scully?
Where's Scully? Hey, you got Scully's phone number? No. She's old now.
Well,
She's a
Well, just
redhead.
Same age as me. Yeah.
oh, Scully. You're talking about Scully?
Heck
Yeah.
yeah. Aging
Oh,
like
heck
fine
yeah.
wine.
Oh my god, the very best, the very best. Yeah.
At that time, whoa, fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen Gillian Anderson, right? I haven't seen her in a while, but
Yeah.
I'd love to see her. Yeah, absolutely.
When she was on that show and that music was playing, and then they brought in what's his nuts, Fox Mulder, your guy,
Yeah,
to
that's
be
my
the
guy.
sex symbol, the sex symbol that he wants to believe in UFOs. He knows something strange is going on. He's going to get to the bottom of it.
Well, the first X-Files movie was crazy because they had the black goo in it.
Yeah, true.
Oh, that's right.
When the movie came out, they did the Black Goo episode. Almost like they're following what the conspiracy community was talking about.
It's crazy. At least in my opinion, a lot of the things from the show, I mean, they were way ahead of their time, and a lot of the things really ended up coming true, I think.
Well, they were tapped in, the people that were writing it, to the conspiracy community. They were listening to Clyde Lewis and different weird hosts and stuff over the years.
That's right. I wonder if they had any government insiders really.
Probably.
My guess would be somebody from the military be going over there going, hey, it'd be a great story, a great radio show.
They do have real organizations, like real like alphabet agencies that investigate paranormal stuff, and even the FBI and CIA. They've definitely delved into those areas themselves as well.
Right. Has there been? There should be a podcast. I think every episode should have a podcast. I don't know if they've done that.
Every episode of the X-Files?
Of the X-Files, yeah. I think they should do that, like a deep dive.
No, every episode. There's someone that's done a deep dive on X-Files on every episode. That already exists. Yeah. That's what's cool. The AI is keeping you from hearing it, though. That's no.
I think the AI literally responds to our thoughts. So if we want something to happen, it'll hear us think it, and then it may or may not present it to us.
I was watching a YouTube video last night that blew my mind that was talking about the slit experiment. And I thought I knew everything they knew about the slit experiment. Where they're shooting photons through one screen and then two screens.
Oh, right.
I thought you were talking about
the light particles are splitting. I watched this YouTube video last night. I'm like, whoa! And they fucking added to what I thought I knew.
I thought you might be talking about
Pornhub.
What's that?
Like
yeah, I just got off of Pornhub for a couple seconds, and no, I've never been on Pornhub, but
he's watching the slit
people
experiment.
that were on Pornhub, they slipped over to the slit experiment.
Is he going to go in the front door or the back door?
Right.
It was the back slit experiment. But anyway, they were talking about how the split experiment that I knew was the observer affected the way the photons came up on the screen.
Right.
They've done experiments where they've proven that a person can have effects on random number generators. Like, it's actually shown that there's documented proof that influence does take place. It's undeniable. It's actual evidence. And then there's the remote viewing program, and guys like Ingo Swann, who had an 80% hit rate, could interfere with machines using his mind. Crazy stuff.
I've actually tried that online. I've gone to websites to see if you could prove you're psychic, and done these random number generators or guess the card, and I'm definitely not a psychic. I mean, even if it's 50-50, I have 30%. I wouldn't claim
to be either, but I'll bet you can influence the outcome of a situation. And that's something magicians talk about. The chaos magicians, this is what blew my mind about magicians. That's why I always talk about magic. Chaos magicians figured out or laid out in the 90s that you could use algebra, a mathematical equation, to influence an outcome. And they called this magic in the 90s. They said, here's what you do. You got four parts to fill in on an algebraic equation. What's going to increase the odds of this magic event occurring, and what's going to decrease the odds of it occurring? You figure out what's going to work against it, fill it into those corners, and what's going to work for it and fill it into those corners, times it, and that gives you an outcome that you can sit and manipulate using mathematics to make an outcome occur. And you can see how that's real magic. Magic is just a technology that is misunderstood by those that don't understand what the technology is. Kind of.
Right. That's really interesting.
Magic's
Yeah, I was
something
watching.
I can't explain it. Whoa, but here's how you do it.
Right. I was watching Oppenheimer the other day. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but
I watched it till I fell asleep because it got boring.
Yeah, it got a little boring, but I forgot who the lead scientist. What's that?
Oh, I just said, did Godzilla never show up?
Godzilla didn't show up. So. Godzilla.
Well, some people were making jokes that Oppenheimer was like the prequel to Godzilla.
Well, he is nuclear generated.
Go ahead, Fox. Oppenheimer. I've not watched it myself. Sounds like you liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because I thought that the lead scientist, not Heisenberg, what was his name?
Oppenheimer.
Yeah, well, it was Oppenheimer. There you go, bingo. He I guess he wasn't really a mathematician. So he was just, I'm not really sure how he tapped into that, but I mean, he created this godlike power.
Was he from Nazi Germany? Did they bring him over from Nazi Germany?
No, he wasn't one of them.
No.
He was an American.
He was an American with a German accent. Yeah.
Right. And then, Operation Paperclip.
No part of Operation Paperclip.
No part of that. They did bring a few. I think Heisenberg was one of them, but they ended up bringing, I think, it was a Russian mole into the project, and that's what basically the Russians developed their nuclear technology was with their spy work in that project.
It wasn't the Rosenbergs. Julius
I'm not
and
sure.
Ethel Rosenberg. I mean, that's what the official history books say. Julius and Ethel Rosenberg stole the nuclear secrets and passed them to the Soviets.
Got it.
That's why they were executed.
The Russians came out with the H-bomb. Like the H-bomb was like 50
Sounds
times
like a bunch of phony American propaganda back in the 30s,
And then they
these two Jewish people we found. A Jewish husband and wife, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg.
Later, they came out with the neutron bomb. And that's probably the scariest one because you drop a neutron bomb, it just like kills all the people, leaves all the buildings and everything intact.
Yeah, it was completely insane. I mean, just to win this war, they weren't even sure when they were even doing the testing whether the entire atmosphere would light on fire and destroy the Earth. And
that's one of the most horrible things I've ever heard is they were trying to. There were certain people that said, if you blow a hole in the atmosphere, you can kill all mankind. And there were certain war hawks that said, do it anyways. We want to see what will happen. We have military industrial crazed war pigs that would kill us all just to find out how to rule the world.
Yeah, they also wanted to try blowing up the moon. Like, let's blow it up, see what happens.
Blow up the moon, blow a hole in the atmosphere, wipe out
blow up Mars.
Remember in the 90s, they wanted to put a McDonald's sign on the moon? I think that was during the Clinton era.
Oh,
that would
yeah.
have been pretty cool. Yeah.
Do you remember Mac tonight?
Ground control to Major Tom. McDonald's has your order.
And
Hash browns are coming down.
you can
Oh,
supersize it too.
supersize your control for Major Tom. Hash browns coming through. Hot coffee, look out. No, sorry.
We
That's
are not
ridiculous.
sponsored by McDonald's. In case anybody thinks that was a
Get
product
your
placement.
hash browns and may God's love be with you.
This is turning into a whole thing.
McRib coming soon.
Todd, do you remember Mac tonight?
The who?
Mac tonight. He was the mascot for McDonald's, like back in the early '90s. He was like he's kind of supposed to be like Ray Charles, where he had the sunglasses on and he had a big like moon face. And
Oh yeah, the moon face. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, they did it. They did a Doom mod. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It was a moon face themed Doom mod, which is basically it was pretty
Not
terrible.
Max Headroom, like Max Headroom. Not Max Headroom.
Kinda, but he wasn't like on a screen. He was just
Not
on
that
top of
same
a
thing.
building playing a
I see.
piano at nighttime, and he's like he was rocking out. It's Max night. Thinking about
I kind of might have remembered something like that. Probably wanted to forget about it. It was so horrible.
The moon face guy ended up becoming like a meme, like a right wing racist meme thing, and which is kind of weird. And so they did this Doom mod where I don't even know if I should say it right now, but you were basically you were fighting minorities in the Doom mod, and there were all sorts of sound effects. And, look it up. I mean, it's a weird one.
How do you spell it? Doom mod?
Yeah, Doom mod Moonface.
Doom mod Moonbase.
Yes, there he is. Moonface.
There it is.
That's
Sounds terrific.
Yep. Doing some sort of
So
some
Fox
sort of symbol there.
Mulder. So Fox Mulder, have you been following End of Days Radio?
Yeah, I have. I've been watching quite a few episodes. I followed the program since maybe 10 years ago when it was Daniel and Michael Deacon. That was when I first got into it, and when that went off the air, it took me several years to remember, where I found it, and luckily, just about 6 months ago, I was able to. I went in my tune in and I was looking at my history in my tune in radio, and I saw it there, and I was like, yes, I'm back on.
Boom! Right. There you go.
Boom. Yep.
Well, glad to have you back in the mix.
Be back
Fox.
in.
Appreciate you listening. It's back in the old days.
But glad that you're back here with Daniel and everybody. This show is the best show on the internet.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys, and appreciate that immensely. I did want to, I'll bring you guys back on in like 2 seconds, but just want to throw another topic out there. So a lot of people nowadays are doing what's called the nomadic lifestyle, where they basically live out of an RV or a converted bus, or they might just live in their car, like maybe a Subaru Outback, something with a little space. I've seen trucks converted, vans, Land Rovers, you name it. But my question for everybody, and I'll kind of go one by one here, is would you ever live nomadically? Like if somehow there was some kind of pressure on you, maybe the cost of housing just went up too much, or maybe you're trying to kind of stay on the run. It's end times and, you don't want to take the mark of the beast, something like that. But my question is, would you ever live a nomadic lifestyle? Let's start with Heeny, Meeny, Miny, Mulder. Let's ask him. What do you think, Fox? Would you ever live remotely, like in an RV or something like that?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Tomorrow, if I could, I would go out in the wilderness, live off the grid, just, survive off squirrels, get my BB gun and just make it happen, as far away from humanity as humanly possible. And I would love it. I would love it. I mean, I live in one of the biggest cities in America. I have no idea why, but I would absolutely do that. Yeah, ideally I'd love to travel America. You know, doing a podcast would be great. That's something that you could probably do if you wanted to.
I would love to do that. That sounds amazing. Have you? So you've thought about this before? You've thought about kind of just quitting your job and just driving coast to coast and sleeping at rest stops and campgrounds and things like that, and Walmart parking lots, and just kind of surviving that way?
Absolutely, yeah. Whenever I get a chance, my girl and I, we go out, and that's basically what we do. We just road trip. I'll drive for 16 hours straight, just get lost, turn off the phone, not even know where I'm going, just follow the compass, and sleeping at rest stops, and just living off the land or spam or whatever it is. But that's absolutely, at least when I retire, that's one of my main goals. I'm not sure if that's going to happen anytime soon, but that's something I definitely want to do.
Well, I see some of these guys, and they're doing exactly that, and they're just living off like $100 a month. I don't know if they have savings or if they're getting some kind of money off their YouTube videos or something like that, but they seem to survive off of very little, and they seem to actually enjoy their lives.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it will wear on you after a while. I've seen these van lifers, and it gets lonely. But as long as you have a companion or a dog or something, I think you can survive it. And that's it's not for everybody, but it's definitely something I'd like to do. And I do play music, so maybe I can go out and do some busking or something, and make some change.
You're a musician?
Yeah, I play guitar.
All right.
Acoustic
Do you have it
and
with
electric.
you?
Yeah.
Can you show us? Oh, here we go. He's got it on the wall.
Got it on the wall.
Very good.
Nice. Ooh, I like that. Dun, dun, dun.
All right,
It's
that's
not
my little
bad.
piece.
Oh, I like that.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Yeah.
You are not gone.
Make a few bucks. Yeah, if I had a hat, I'd put it right here
I was just
for some tips.
the transition. I like that. Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dun, dun.
Not bad.
Well, we got some musicians on here. Daniel's a musician. He plays guitar.
I play a little guitar.
very-
I'm not very good, but I absolutely love it.
Yeah, he's
I
not
just
like
do-
a champion at it, but he
I
indulges.
diligently practice.
I sing
That's great. That's great. Oh, nice.
and play
Nice.
tambourine
And
My
guitar.
green tambourine.
Okay, Daniel, you're up to bat, man. If you have a guitar next to you.
No way I'm going to do that to myself. No way. Maybe if I practice the shit ton and then just one day. But no, you're far better than me, Fox. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, I got to get the calluses back, but I appreciate that.
That's the way to do it. And
Yeah.
next up, let's ask you, Todd. Would you ever live remotely in a van or an RV or a Subaru Forester or Subaru Outback, I should say? Would you ever live on the go?
No, because I've always been raised to stick your ground and then just stake in and do what you can to get have a music room. Remember years ago, Daniel, I had a music room, right?
Your basement.
In my basement. I made your theme song in my basement.
Oh, that's right.
Or we, started making some recordings. I could fuck around. Now I live in a house where I'm not, I can play some music, but I can't play it that loud. Can't fuck around like that.
Well, this is an interesting
I heard you
comment from
saying
chat. He says, his friend lives in the Philippines, and it's only like $240 rent, and then you have all these finance Filipino women. I don't know what finance Filipino women are, but yeah, I've heard that. I've heard you could live in the Philippines for just dirt cheap. Just take your whole savings down there and just live there the rest of your
Oh
life.
man, but that ain't what we're about, though. That's not what we're about in America. America's about living, dreaming that someday you'll make it big. Isn't that America? We got everything you want. You live like a king. You can live like a king. You have more as a poor person than a king had as with all of his riches 200 years ago, But you don't have ultimate success. And so we all in America just strive for that grander prize, right? Our poor people live better than the richest people almost lived 200 years ago.
Yeah, there's a reason why everybody and their mother wants to come out here, for sure. My wife is actually from the Philippines, and I've been out there, and sure, we could retire there probably tomorrow, but
and I'm not
wouldn't want to do it.
arguing
It's
that
too
that's
damn.
a great thing. I'm just saying it's a reality. Our poor
Yeah,
people.
well, it's too damn hot in
live.
the.
It's too damn hot
It's
where
too
I'm
damn
at.
hot there. It's like
People
where
living
do
on
you
the
live?
streets. Arizona, it's like 112 degrees right now.
It's kind of a jungle type of
Jesus.
thing. All right,
Right.
let's
Yeah.
ask Clint.
Right.
What would you
What's
live in an RV or a box truck or a van? Would you live remotely? Would you live nomadic?
Oh, well, technically, I'm related to people that live nomadic, the Native Americans, and like, I mean, I guess if I had like, I would need some kind of certain type of vehicle, like I would assume all terrain, get like one of those old aluminum square truck things, and then put like some kind of Corvette motor in it, then make it 4-wheel drive. Because those aluminum, they don't rust.
Nice.
You're talking
But
about
then-
like a Mad Max scenario where the world's coming to an end. There's only so much gasoline, or
If it was Mad Max scenario, I would steal the biggest tractor I could. Then I would find a giant tank, fill it full of diesel, and then
give up
tow
your
the
gasoline,
diesel with the
road
tractor.
warrior.
Oh shit! Look, Gio is in the chat.
Oh,
It's Gio.
what's he up
Hop
to?
on, Gio. Hop on.
Joe, where are you?
Well, it might not be an option for us. I mean, honestly, if we have World War III or the big one hits here in California, I think the nomadic lifestyle is going to be mandatory.
It's kind of weird as these scum buckets have been kind of like dragging this thing out for a century. Their machinations are slow, but they're effective. They smothered our society. We know these revelations about who runs the place and how it's all corrupt and it's not fair. But we can't turn it around because it's such a monolith of a monstrosity that they've created that keeps lumbering forward, that can't be turned around except by criticism, like shows like this. That's the only resistance to this.
We are the last line of defense from the darkness.
Fucking protests are protesting things like abortion. Oh, they're gonna take away my right to have an abortion, or they're gonna protests are controlled. Our freedom as future humans, no one's fighting or protesting for that, which is being swallowed ever more greatly daily.
Well, the idea of individual sovereign rights, that's what the Constitution is all about. Sovereign rights protected by the Constitution. They called them creator endowed rights, meaning no man could take them away because they were endowed by God, and that no one could touch the rights guaranteed by God, and that the idea of sovereignty and how our state's not sovereign, our country's not sovereign, Our laws are not held as the supreme law of the land. The UN Charter is. We're all sitting here getting raped by unconstitutional laws, unconstitutional taxes, an unconstitutional war system that is forcing the youth to recruit to its illegal wars. It's the same war machine as Kosovo back in the 90s, in that they back in the Kosovo stuff, they fake pictures just like they're faking videos today, and like fucking
Who do we got on here? Do we got Geo on here?
I'm here, and I will say the Constitution has become a superficiality covering the truth of the really disgusting stuff that's actually happening that you're pointing out right now, 100%.
Yeah, what do you think about this, Geo?
I think when you live in a superficial culture, its belief systems will become superficial, and that tends to be what happens when that happens.
Yeah, the Constitution, they tell the soldiers you're fighting for the Constitution. They're not fighting for the Constitution. They're fighting for the UN war machine.
Fuck the UN.
Yeah, they're the ones pushing the Baha'ism and the
let me tell
Maitreya.
you what I don't like about this. United States taxpayers are paying for all this shit. These people don't even pay their own fucking bills. The United States taxpayers pay for it. We probably give them money so they can give it back to the people that fucking are up to the corrupt shit. I mean, that is how bad this shit
you know what
has
the
gone.
Donald says? He says, "Send him a bill."
That debate last
That's how
night was like
disgusting.
watching
That's what the swamp is. That's what the swamp is just them giving each other money.
Just replace Jews with immigrants, and that was something on 1930s Germany last night, and nobody likes me for that tough.
Just replace Jews with immigrants. Every immigrant word that was said. So
Basically,
the
yeah.
only person saying immigrant was Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You're saying Donald Trump was saying get rid of Jews?
His
I'd
speech
say,
was basically right on par with something that Hitler would have said about the Jews, but in terms of just about immigrants, while Biden was babbling incoherently and was getting lost in his own words because he's got brain damage, apparently.
Dude, Donald Trump is the most Jewish-loving president in the history of the frickin' world. So
I know, and the Antichrist has been foretold to be, the false Jewish Messiah. They're going to welcome him in. They already gave him the crown of the Torah about a year ago. I think it was last July in Jerusalem.
yeah, he moved the embassy. They love him. He made coins with his face on it. We get that.
Do you believe that Donald Trump might actually, in fact, be the Antichrist?
I'm waiting to see for actual confirmation of that. There'll have to be some sort of head wound. But up until, as far as the other signs go, he who comes in his own name, he's literally the most well-known name on the planet. Man of lawlessness. Well, that goes without saying based upon everything that, people want to believe.
Grabs him by the pussy, yeah.
He's been involved with Middle East peace agreements since at least 1983, directly involved with Israel. And then there's the Abraham Accords. And there's a number of other things, but that's the general gist of it.
He's too old.
Everyone loves him.
Plus, he loves America. That's super evil.
He's too old to be the Antichrist. The Antichrist is going to be
I think he's got a clone that's a little bit taller than him that he's been grooming his whole life.
Yeah, he might be a wannabe Antichrist.
And Joe Biden's clone's mask is falling off his face. It was starting.
I don't even know if that is Joe Biden. He's like, his earlobes are not connected like they used to be, and that's a genetic trait. So I have to wonder if there's like some Chinese guy with very heavy
last night,
prosthesis.
his fucking mask was starting to come off his face. Did anybody else see that?
It looked like it, really.
The mask was separating. The wrinkles were starting to separate like a plastic thing was coming apart from the sweat.
Having actually suffered traumatic brain injury multiple times in the past, and thankfully having recovered from it, I can say without a doubt what I saw him doing last night and the way that he was behaving and speaking, there's definitely some brain damage going on there, severely.
Then
MK Ultra.
The way he
has the wound to the head, right? He's the Antichrist. He has the wound to the head. The surgeries.
No, he's not. Well, people love Trump around the world far more than they ever give a shit about Biden.
I'm just kidding. They're both too old. The Trump is too old to be the Antichrist. Antichrist will be a young bisexual Greek that takes power somewhere in Europe.
A lot of that too is
the anti-Christos word in Greek. It didn't mean one person. It meant a whole bunch of people all pretending
there's all
to
different
be
Antichrist figures.
Christ,
But there is a culminating one technically.
Well,
Like you could
there's
say
a lot
that
of shit coming out about That word Christos.
You could say
Christ.
that since the
Anointed.
secret. Well, you could say since the secret societies believe that they're the embodiment of the Christos, and that the Christos channels through them, that they are the
There's
Antichrist.
a lot of weird shit coming out about the word Christ.
Yeah.
As if it was in Greek, it was like a state of consciousness. It was
Well, in Greek, it's Christos, which means anointed.
Well, the Christ
anointed
consciousness
with an expanded consciousness, not
the
a
Christ.
person.
Now, okay, hear me out on this one. I have a theory, sort of, based on some actual scientific evidence. 900,000 years ago, there was scientific evidence showing that
900,000 years ago.
Within our genome, the human species, 98% of the genome was wiped out, and there was roughly 1,500 actual survivors that made it through. Now, I theorize that during that time, there would have been someone guiding him through that narrow gate, much like what Christ spoke about. And this person likely would have been a genetic repository of all people, able to get everyone to work together. And that was the only way that they could lead through. Hence, he would be a true king. And that happens every so often within our system, and in lesser regards throughout history, as well as in greater regards that have yet to come.
900,000 years ago?
Yeah.
I was gonna say the whole Christ consciousness, Luciferian consciousness thing it's being pushed by the Illuminists and the communists and socialists, Nazis, and that they're all pushing this agenda, and the agenda it's the same agenda that Crowley said that he wanted, where he said that he wanted all people to believe they were God. And that's what's happening. If you go to any hippie festival, they all got hold on.
Every man, woman, and child is a star. He didn't say he wanted everyone to be a god.
Okay, guys, I'm having to just kind of reset things. I'll bring you back on one by one to make your points. People, probably the number one complaint that we get about the show is everybody talking at once. And that's totally my fault, definitely, because I'm supposed to moderate it. So just going to bring on everybody one at a time. I hope that you were holding that thought. Todd, what were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, Crowley didn't say everyone a dictator. He said every man, woman, and child is a star. A star. That's what he said.
Yes. He said
every man, woman, and child is a star.
And as stars,
you don't even know your potential. In my opinion, that's what he meant.
There's enough space between stars that every individual can live out their destiny without interfering with the destiny of others.
Incredible statement. Agree with it completely. And I'm not a Crowley follower, but that's incredible. I agree with it. You're a star in the fact that you're an individual human being, which just is a miracle, almost like a planet or a star itself. It's incredible, the magic that is a human being.
All right, let's do you want to respond to that, Clint?
Yeah, I was talking about Crowley's great work definition, where Crowley says the great work is to turn all people into gods, and that but he is right about that star thing. Damn, I just dropped my mouse. that there was another quote by Blavatsky, I believe it was, that where every person was a star, and every star had a day, and every day had a spirit or something. It was something weird like that, but the whole great work, Crowley admits the great work. See, the great work of Masonry is not to make man believe that they're God, but to find and take all the religions and find the ancient symbols of God and then combine them to recreate the old ancient religion. And fucking the great work though of the Illuminists is the total opposite. It's to give mankind a false ego through the belief that they believe they're gods. And you can go to any hippie festival and you can find someone with a flower of life tattoo, which is the symbol of Osiris, which is the symbol of man believing that he's God. And that you can ask them, do you believe that you're a god? And they'll say yes. And you ask them, do you believe we are all one? And they'll say yes. and that the New World religion is already in circulation currently in the most popular people, with the most popular people that you see at these concerts and festivals and stuff. They are all heavily indoctrinated into the New Age religion, the flower of life symbol, Baha'ism, the Luciferian philosophy. These things are all the same, and that there is this whole eon of Horus, the conquering child that Crowley was speaking of. They've turned the adults into children. They are brain dead. They don't know how to think. They are doing the great work of the Illuminists to destroy culture, destroy civilization, destroy all religions, destroy private property. It's all the same system.
All right, sorry to cut you off, Clint. I know you're getting on a roll there, but I did want to hear from everybody that was trying to fire off a second ago before they lose their thought. Gio, were you trying to get in there?
Well, I pretty much said what I needed to. Like I said, there's pretty much a Christ figure throughout various calamatic points in history that guides survivors through, and then they expand and contract, and it happens all over, going in various different places. Plain and simple, and we're pretty much on the precipice of a really big one based on all this. Even the past couple of days, the level of escalation things have taken. We just had a 7.3 earthquake in Peru and a KP8 G4 geomagnetic storm today that was only predicted to be a G1. So there's a bunch of weird stuff on top of that going on.
Any thoughts on Crowley saying "Do what thou wilt"?
Well, okay. It comes around to the old phrase, fuck around and find out.
All right. Thank you, Gio. Did you have any comment on that, Fox?
Well, personally, I haven't seen anything that would necessarily warrant a belief that the Antichrist is here, or that he has been here. Maybe Crowley would have been the closest to it. I tend to believe it's a little bit an outside theory, but I tend to believe that maybe with this whole UFO phenomenon that's going on, that maybe the Antichrist might show up in a form of an alien, and waiting to see what happens with that. But I feel like their presence is here, and what better than a supernatural power to come down here, so super advanced, and basically say that they're God, and that's kind of my theory.
There is that part of Revelations where it says that the frogs came out of the mouth of the dragon and gave power to the Antichrist or the beast or something like that. I have to read it again, but it kind of alludes to that whole idea that you kind of presented, where these so-called aliens arrive, but really it's the Antichrist, or they're demons or fallen angels or AI or who the hell knows. But I definitely see your point there. Absolutely. I think there's a plot, and I think we're seeing it unfold with a lot of these fake man-made UFOs and AI generated holograms, and this whole mythology of Star Trek and space, and the way that we're taught that the universe works and stuff like that. Absolutely. Thank you, Fox Mulder. Todd, did you want to rebut that again, or did you want to comment on that?
Oh, man, I just love the show. Thank you, Dan, for putting this interesting conversation on. Fox Mulder, definitely an interesting personality out of the end of day's radio lineup. Jen the Ninja. Man, Jen, keep on coming on here, right, Daniel?
Absolutely. Love Jen.
Jen's perspective is invaluable. He is valuable.
And another thing I like about Jen is he's not afraid to mix it up. Like, he's always kind of playing the trickster and poking into people's beliefs and stuff like that. And he's always apologizing about it. But I love that about him. Like, even more so than his knowledge is I like.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He's very strong, very bold, and backing up his knowledge. He's backing up what he's saying. He's researched his stuff. Sure. Got some super brains on here. That's what I love about your show, Daniel. This is deep insight. Alex Jones brags about being a deep researcher into all this stuff that's going on behind the scenes. When your show has people that have been researching for years, just deep stuff, going way deeper than any of those guys ever did. I love this show, Daniel. I hope that you're doing good and stuff is coming around. Anyone likes this show, donate to Daniel. Anybody that wants Daniel to keep doing this, do it better, give him $10, $100. Watch this shit take off. Come on, Daniel. Tell them what we can do over here.
Absolutely. Please donate. Help keep the lights on, keep the servers up, help keep the show on the air. I mean, it'll be on the air anyways, but come on, guys. Help me out here. Buy me a cup of coffee.
We're not going to keep it on just keep a show on the air. We're going to give you insight. Not like Alex Jones selling you boner pills.
Exactly. Donate to
We're
the
going to
show.
give you insight that's going to make you fucking further advanced, way deeper than you would have ever gone into this whole goddamn conspiracy, paranormal.
Well, the goal has always been, if enough donations start coming in, we'll take this show and we'll do it 2 times a week, 3 times a week, every working day, 5 times a week.
Daniel will stop working if you pay him enough money, and he'll do this show. He'll come to my house. If that makes you want to fucking donate, he'll come to my house.
I'll come to his house
and do a show from my house.
We'll
God,
do
that'd
some
be cool.
rituals. We'll do some evil satanic rituals.
You'll bring some evil satanic rituals. All right now.
We will sacrifice
if we must.
a Chucky doll.
If you come here and we have to do that, all right.
Well, hell, I wouldn't mind living someplace a little warmer sometimes.
But anyways, there's so many things I couldn't cover. It's a fantastic show. I love your guests that we didn't have. I love your last guest, Brandy. She was so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. She showed up tonight and hopped on panel with us. That was awesome of her.
I hope she comes back again. I like Brandy.
Definitely.
And what was there? Was there anything else? Because I wrote down a couple notes here. Let's see. EODR.
I got some other stuff, but I think I've thrown enough out there. I'll save it for
I wanted to say that recently, just like I've talked about Cooper predicting this before, how I thought it was a dumb prediction, how Cooper predicted monoliths appearing. In the last 3 months, 3 new metal monoliths have appeared. And that, I think
on the metal monoliths, if you want to impress me, go put together like a dam here in Arizona built with blocks that weigh 5 to 10 tons. No, I'm telling you, they're telling us that in 1890 they're putting together a dam in Arizona with blocks 3 to 5 tons. Stories high, 100 stories high.
Well, it's not about the. I understand what you're saying, but it's not about the quality of the build. It's about the symbol itself. Well, hold on. It's about the symbol itself as the symbol of their perverted lost word, and that the perverted lost word of the Illuminists and the sun deity and all this other stuff that the outer core initiates believe in. Their symbolism. They're showing the symbolism of the pillar, just
hold
like
on, Clint.
Hold on, Arthur C. Clarke, 2001. Same pillar at the beginning. That's all I wanted to say.
I saw some video. Here's why I'm interjecting. I saw some video of a drone that went above the Great Pyramid of Cheops, and it showed a view from above the pyramid, and it was looking down, and it was showing. I don't know how fucking big these blocks are. 5 feet by 3 feet wide by 3 feet square that make up the pyramid. They flew a drone above the pyramid, the great one. And then they showed the dam in Arizona that was built in 1890. And it's the exact same size bricks. And it's demolished in 1890s. And then they put the dam together and they pretended that it's been there all along. here in Arizona. I'm trying to tell you. There's
Well,
pictures.
they say Egyptians migrated. I don't remember which dynasty of Egypt, but a certain dynasty is said to have migrated to possibly the Grand Canyon, and that they claim there's an archaeological cover up, which technically there is a couple of antique, like 1800 newspapers about a pharaoh chamber in the Grand Canyon, and that they
And
say,
there's areas that are off limits too.
yeah,
into
it's
that.
like a cover up.
Well, there's blocks that can't be lifted by people or any known means, are putting shit together in regions that you can't even get a goddamn machine into. And they're trying to tell us that they're putting blocks in place and making these structures all over the place. No, somebody's lying about architecture.
Well, the Masons say that those big old buildings, the old ancient, huge blocks, they say it was made by the great builders, and the great builders are the same builders of Atlantis and all these other ancient civilizations, and that the knowledge of the mysteries was divided into many, and then was scattered amongst the world through all religions, and that those are all pieces of knowledge from the great builders, basically.
Has anyone considered that the great builders may have been, in fact, the Neanderthal because they had the muscle to do that, and they were probably more advanced than we give them credit for, but something may have wiped them out because they lived along the coastlines before there was massive flooding when the glaciers
And
melted?
they were a little
I
bit.
would say that there's definitely something to that, and it has to do with this whole thing with the giants. Like
The Nephilim.
somehow-
I have a very good theory for that one. Okay, in humans and primates, when a woman mates with a male, even if she has a child with one male, she will also retain the DNA of that male. Now, the Nephilim were said to not have any descendants, but if there were, Neanderthal women who gave birth to them, you figure if they were a mixture of modern man and Neanderthal, they would have been tall and they would have been extremely muscular, hence giants. And they would have been like ligers, sterile. But the women that gave birth to them may have given birth to other babies that would have still carried a sliver of that genetics within them, and that's how it got passed along, and eventually would
So
recombinate.
their offspring would have been taller and stronger.
Or Baron Trump, maybe.
Well, they have
Or
this
Baron Trump.
saying that this idea that when the flood
Oh.
happened, one of Noah's wives was actually a demon, and because she does share the name as a demon, and she may have actually been kind of the progenitor, of Cain, or the Canaanite genetics surviving the worldwide flood, if that kind of makes sense.
I would say that the worldwide flood story took place in the archetypical realm, and it took place in multiple areas of the globe here. But back in those days, world was more talking about like modern civilization or an age or an era of man. So it was like it wasn't like the whole planet was covered in water, but there were areas where there were mass amounts of like civilizations that were literally wiped out by water. And the same stories would have been shared through these different cultures through their survivors.
Well,
Essentially, there would
definitely
have been a Noah and
definitely in
family
every
for each
culture. And even in the Sumerian records, it talks about the floodwaters coming and then the floodwaters receding, and there's archaeological evidence that happened because there's layers of mud.
Well, yeah.
Mud floods.
Okay, there is a possibility too that the flood could have happened. I mean, even on a practical level, if let's say a giant something from the heavens that was really hot landed in the very far north, it would have caused extreme amount of melting. It would have caused a lot of pressure changes within the ocean itself, and it would have also caused any of the underground springs to spring up, which was written about. And it would have also caused a massive amount of water to flow underneath the glaciers, helping to melt those, and so on and so forth. So therefore, great flood. Or it could have been something like Geckel Ridge Caldera, which is right underneath the North Pole. It's the largest supervolcano on the planet. It's still active, and that could have just went off and caused massive amounts of flood, water pressure changes, as well as melting and whatnot.
I go with the Ralph Epperson. When I asked him what are the 9 hidden masters of each secret society, he claimed that he believed that 9 giants lived in the Vatican and that they were the secret rulers of the world. And it sounds crazy,
I don't even want to bring up the fact that they just dug 30 feet down on the Mormon temple, the original temple in Salt Lake, and it had doors and windows going down 30 feet deep from the 1850s. I don't even want to bring that up.
Oh yeah,
because it doesn't make any sense.
What was this tied to the Mormon religion at all?
Yeah, the church, the temple,
I
the
have a
main
weird,
building
I have a weird feeling
has
that the
doors
Hopi
and
prophecy
windows
might be a
going
lesser prophecy
underground
tying into
that
the
they just
Jerusalem
dug
prophecy.
out. Like there was a mud flood. There was a mud flood in the 1800s or something.
Or it was just a flood, and because of the flood, there was a lot of mud.
Yeah.
Or the building was there before they got here and they claim they built it. That's the weirdest theory.
Or aliens blew the shit out of us from
Which
spaceships.
sounds ridiculous.
Well, I think the Black Knight satellite could be some kind of factor in the conspiracy due to it sending and receiving signals, kind of like the Fifth Element, where that planet is growing and consuming other planets, and it's sending and receiving signals.
Huh.
That's some strange
Like
stuff.
Galactus. All right, guys. I think that some of us are gassing out a little bit here. We just hit 4 hours, so probably a good time to draw things to a close. Appreciate you guys. Wow, we had a great turnout tonight. Lots of live listeners. I think we topped out at around 180 live listeners. Had tons of different faces on tonight. Some definite newcomers. We had Brandy, Renee hop on with us, as well as a little bit of a newcomer, Fox Mulder Jr. Definitely enjoyed his take on things. Let's go ahead and close out and just have everybody kind of, say goodbye, say whatever they like to say, and do some plugs. Please try to keep it under under 5 minutes, I guess. I really appreciate that because I want to keep this short, just kind of a little bit. I'm sorry, I want to keep this show just a little bit shorter, make it a little bit more consumable for the audience out there. Let's go ahead and start with Fox Mulder. Go ahead and say your goodbyes and plug whatever you like to plug, or give out your email, or whatever you like to promote, or just say goodbye.
Well, I don't have any plugs, but if anyone wants to reach out to me in the LA area, it's Fox Mulder's stepson at gmail.com. And I would love to invite you guys out for a beer. And it's good to have a community here. Love being on the program. Thank you so much for having me. And for me, it's just a learning experience. So thank you all so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for hopping on with us. Definitely made the show better. Really appreciate that. Let's talk to Gio. Gio, please say your goodbyes and give your plugs.
Daniel, thanks for having me as always. I would say the only plug I have right now is for Clint over at Third World Assassin. Definitely check his show out. It's got a lot of good information. And aside from that, Christ is coming and Eyes on Jerusalem. Amen.
Thank you. Amen. Certainly. Let's talk to the Third World.
Just follow me on Third World Assassin on YouTube, Twitter, and then I made a new YouTube called Hades. So I'm the only one on YouTube called Hades, because Hades is the god of the underworld.
Nice.
But I haven't uploaded anything to it besides just a magic deck, but yeah. But listen to the William Cooper. It's incredibly important. Listen to all the Jordan Maxwell. Listen to Carl Miller, Know Your Constitution, and listen to Michael Cremo and his Forbidden Archaeology. It's very interesting. But yeah, I guess that's about it.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I'll come to the after show if you want to. I'll be doing an after show in like an hour with Todd and probably Gio. And if you want to come on too, Dan, you can come on.
Definitely. We'll see how much gas I have left in the tank. Thank you, Clint. Head over to Clint Aestwood with AE on YouTube for that. If you have any gas left in the tank, join them over there. And then let's talk to the bod.
Let's save the best for last. Save the man with the plan. No plan.
And the last shall be first, and the first shall be last.
There you go. The best shall be me, as you know. Just worship me, Daniel. No, just teasing. Right. Come on now. But there's one thing End of Days Radio has always preached is research this shit. Don't buy nothing. There ain't one goddamn thing I ever said on this show or any episode you ever had, Dan, where we didn't hold some form of skepticism into it. You know? I don't follow no candidates. I ain't a Republican, and I ain't even a Trump supporter if he screws us. But he don't hate America, so I'd like a president that doesn't hate America to start. For fuck's sakes. So on that subject, Republicans suck. Democrats at least tell you who they are. Republicans pretend who they are. You know. Oh, we love America. That's why you're selling America out. That's Republicans. Democrats, we hate America, so we're going to make Americans pay. Good God. Good God, Lord. Anyways, Daniel, I love your show. Please donate to Daniel's show. If you like this show, donate. If you've been on this show, found any satisfaction in it, give me $5, $10, $100. Imagine what Daniel can do with $100. If you found satisfaction with the show, which I have, give him $100. I love you, Daniel. Keep the fucking magic flowing. Keep the open exposure of all these ideas coming into here, because you got a fantastic, colorful show. Thank you, Dan, for putting this on. Keep it going, my man. Rock on.
Awesome. Thank you, Todd. Appreciate those words. And I have to agree, things seem to just get better and better. We didn't even have a guest tonight, and it was still a great time. I know that I had fun. I know that I learned a lot. When you have minds like this joining you each and every week, you almost kind of miss those times when you have a no-show, right? Because then people can kind of get on there and say what they want to say. It was a good time for it, especially because of the election and the debate. But that's pretty much it. Mind-blowing moment of the day. Probably I really liked the Antichrist discussion. That was a lot of fun. Not going to play the harmonica. We're pressed for time. I'm trying to keep this show a little bit shorter, around that 4-hour mark. Going 5 hours, 6 hours, 6.5 hours. That is just too much. And this has to be something that's short enough for people to listen throughout their work week, or if they go on a fishing trip or something. We want people to listen to each and every show. And if it's too long, they'll just kind of stack up on the fans out there. So, I don't have to keep explaining it ad nauseum, but definitely going to try to stay around that 4-hour mark. Sports, real quick, just going to kind of run through what I got. Conor McGregor, UFC news. He was watching the last UFC, and he claims to be in a lot of mental pain. He really wants to get back in there. Sounds like he's got a lot of fight left in him. A lot of guys that get older in the fight game, they tend to just get beat up and want to retire. But that's kind of encouraging, knowing he's a big name and he wants to get back in there, wants to make a difference, and probably make more money. So stay tuned for that. Over to the world of baseball. The MLB trade deadline is approaching. Oh, by the way, speaking of baseball, when we get Headless Giant back on the show, we're going to talk about the origins of baseball and the possible Masonic origins of the sport. So stay tuned for that. That should be badass. I'm looking forward to that. Definitely. Every episode, my voice gets lower Pretty soon I'm gonna be just dark and throaty like this. This is End of Days Radio with your host, the Devil. The Florida Panthers won the Stanley Cup. Congratulations to them. And by the way, I still plan to do shows about magic and have magicians on here, and even black magicians and that sort of stuff. But I'm just saying, me myself, I'm on the path of the light once again. And while my time exploring the left-handed path was educational and evolutionary towards my character and my persons, it had its time, and it's time for me to be finished with the exploration of the dark side. And like Anakin Skywalker, I return to the light. Oh yes. I'm just kind of lightening things up, I guess. I've had enough demons. Encountering those things is off the wall, and I'd say I've had enough for a lifetime. I'm going to just focus on positivity and do this show and cover all kinds of topics and just be me, but just me and not me and Basilbub or anything like that. I think I've had enough of that stuff. But I do appreciate it though. I appreciate the time spent, and we'll still cover these topics. It's just that me personally, I've got my shields back up. My aura is impenetrable. My vibration is high, and I want to keep things positive and keep things high vibratory. There's a time for a low vibration. There's a time to go down under, so to speak. But what can I say? From dark to light, into dark again, into light again. We just keep going and going. That's pretty much all I have. I'm excited to have a great lineup coming up. Next week, next Saturday, not Friday, Saturday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I will be posting this on the website, I promise. But we will be talking to the Headless Giant once again. The Headless Giant is returning to End of Days Radio. So be prepared for that. Then the following week, we will be talking to researchers Alan and Kim Bishop. They're going to be delving into some ancient origins, and we're going to get a kick out of that. Chad Warren says Angels in the Outfield. Yes, I like that movie. Well, the key is to not be tempted to do evil, but God made the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Dress, keep observed, but avoid the evil works and its fruits. Oh, that is very wise. Thank you, someone. The following week, we will be having the guest that we advertised for tonight, Jamie Hanshaw, appearing for the first time ever on End of Days Radio. I know that minds are beginning to thump hearing that one, so I'm excited. That's going to be a great show. I know there's going to be a huge turnout for that one. I'm excited. And that's it for now. I'll keep you guys updated. But I do thank you for joining me tonight. I thank you for humoring us, if that's all it is. I thank you for joining us in our ongoing research and contributing. I encourage you to join our live show where you can talk to us one-on-one or sometimes 3-on-1 or 3 against 3 or whatever sort of dynamic we have for the night. You guys really make this show what it is. You know, I'm just a moderator. I'm a conductor, but you guys make this show so amazing. So join us here on YouTube. Usually going to be a Friday or Saturday, and hang out. Give your unique contribution to the mix. Get to know us, and we'll get to know you. And you could be a star, just like Todd the Bod or Clint Aestwood, who's now just called the Third World Assassin, or Dr. Robert, PhD, or even Geo, the Geomancer. Thank you guys. I will talk to you next time. I'm Daniel, End of Days Radio, signing out from those shimmering broken ruins. Those decaying broken ruins here on the Pacific Coast. I love you guys. You are the wind beneath my wings. It's been great. I will see you next week.